All right. Okay. I'm gonna let that spin there for a second. Hello, hello. Welcome back to the Over the Hill Divers live stream. It's Monday. It is 7:25, and I have like a few hours of stuff. Tracy is hanging out in the distance, so far away, right? So you might hear her say hello here and there.
Hello here and there.
See, stuff like that. Now, I was supposed to put on some coffee, but I forgot. But at some point, I'm going to sneak away and put on a little coffee. So, the rundown, this is the check-in, the personal stuff. I got the board up now. I meant to find some videos. I've been meaning to kind of set up a feed to my Instagram, but the thing about Instagram is it's so many videos. It's hard to parse through them to find the ones that I want to show my live stream audience, and I didn't get to it today. We're gonna just chit chat about a couple of things, but I don't have the video receipts. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's why I love Reese Waters so much. Reese Waters has an editor who will get the TikToks and the Instagrams and put them all in there so you see them. And I just don't have the bandwidth exactly. Still a little tired from work in general, so we're gonna see what we can do today. There is some cool stuff going on in the Helldivers space, like Helldivers proper. I strongly suggest going over to Glitch Unlimited's YouTube channel. That's where I get all my Helldiver stuff. He uploads awesome videos every day. So I am going to try and update you on what's going on in Iran. I have a video that is an hour and a half, but we're not going to watch the whole thing. They're supposed to be like front loaded with some stuff internationally. So we'll also get some Democracy Now! In to kind of get a sense of what's just happening across the board. And then I felt like I keep getting alerts asking me for money about the SAVE Act. Now, we covered the SAVE Act as a huge concern, but I don't like political footballs. I don't like the gamesmanship. And so I can't figure out where we are with that, because Democrats, in order to make money for campaign, for fundraising, like they create a narrative, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating. So we're going to try and see if we can't get some sense of where the situation is currently, like what's really going on. If there's a timetable. That's what we're going to wrap up with. But up top, I wanted to check in on the No Kings protests, but I didn't get a chance to, because like someone I follow on Instagram basically was like, they don't care about the No Kings protest because it's on a Saturday, and it is like inherently non-disruptive, and protests by design are supposed to be disruptive. My personal take is I tend to agree with that person. I think that one of the strangest takes that you can have is you should be allowed to protest, but protest peacefully. Now, I'm not saying we should always burn this sucker down, but this idea of an allowed protest in an allotted space, it's minimizing and diminishing whatever the cause is. And that is not what protest is for. A protest is not a temper tantrum. It is not a spell of anger that you let peter out and then you go back to business as usual. A protest is a demand for change, and societal change has to be addressed. And when you don't address societal change, you get societal stagnation. So when you have groups that say you should protest over there peacefully, after you get a permit and ask for permission, and then you protested and you went home and nothing changes. No. People who protest, who are going to protest, aren't supposed to be making it convenient for you. They are supposed to block traffic. They are supposed to keep you from going to work. They're supposed to gum up the works so bad that you stop what you're doing and fix something that's broken. I think about what's happening in Palestine and the fact it's been happening for years and years and years and years and years. And part of the reason it has happened for so long is because we created this space where you can protest. And you can do it legally and safely and peacefully over there. And after you do it, you go on home and nothing changes. When you see the atrocities, when you see leaders of other governments screaming and crying from Ireland, Libya, just on the news in front of the UN talking about this can't continue, but it's been going on for 40, 50, 60 years, the reason it has is because of peaceful protests that are put over here in the corner where they march down the street, and then because there's nothing that disrupts society, nothing that actually changes, nothing changes. And so I don't want to advocate for violence, but protest is supposed to be disruptive. Boycotts are disruptive. Sit-ins, walkouts, marches are supposed to make it hard for people to do anything else but pay attention to the issue at hand, because that's how important it is. We live in a country where the number one cause of death is somebody shooting you. Straight up. How we do that? Okay, so this is the part after the check-in where I figure out how to walk and chew gum at the same time. How do I talk about stuff that makes me irritated and makes me frustrated, but then also try and be like, hey, we watched this shit on TV. It was so good. We entertain ourselves. We pass our time. We watch our shows, and there's a number of shows we try and keep up with. Some we do, others we don't after a while, and there's no telling, there's no rhyme or reason. But right now, we are watching The Pit. We are watching that show. We're like, oh, it's gonna be on soon. I cannot wait for the next episode. Oh my God, like after last episode, what's gonna happen next? Like, we're watching that show. We are watching The Pit. My favorite thing about the show is it's the 24-hour aspect. I love that in the first season, it was like 3 characters first day. And you watch an entire season, like I think 10 episodes, and it's like their 10-hour shift or whatever, and it's their first insane day. Season 2 is another day after a certain amount of time has passed, and now we're following like one character, the nurse, and it's her first day. It's her first day, and it's wild. It's a really cool concept because it's hour by hour of like one person's first day on the job. Actually no, it's the other lady who's replacing Dr. Robbie's first day too. Technically speaking, she's just not new to the whole thing. That's her first day there though. Yeah, so we're watching that show. Babe, what is your favorite thing about that show?
The fact that it keeps you interested. It gives me ER vibe, not just because of Noah Wiley, but when we watched ER back in the day, not telling my age, but when we watched ER, it was a story that kept you interested and intrigued, and you always wanted to come back the following week to see what's going to happen with these people, and I guess I can say that's mainly what I like about it.
Yeah, I liked ER when it was on, and I watched it from time to time.
Like is a term that you can use, but I loved it. So you liked it, and I loved it.
So I didn't watch every single episode.
I was into that. I mean, it was my crack. So every Tuesday evening, I was up there. That's my version of the theme song. Don't judge because it sounds good.
No. I understand. That's what you were talking about. The VR comes on, yeah. Like I remember different times, like when Mackay Pfeiffer was on there, and so on and so
Oh,
forth.
they had a lot of people, but
And they had a lot of event television, like a lot of like big stuff
right.
concerning ER. I mean, George Clooney, like come on, right there, right? So like I get it. And like this new show, because I don't think I watched ER every single episode back to back like that. Like the appreciation is a little bit different, but I do really like the pit. It's great. I'm also, like I mentioned on the live stream before, a huge Scrubs fan. And so Scrubs is moving along this season, 0 notes so far. Like I couldn't imagine having like thoughts in terms of what I think they ought to do. Like Scrubs is one of those shows where it's just like, if y'all are gonna do it, please sir, I will watch it, you know. And
Please
so
have another.
yeah, and so it's as funny as I remember, and to me, the best thing about it is I just want to see some more. I don't have any like requests because they seem to have it under control. Just keep playing them hits. I mean, yeah. But see, it did sort of lead me to wonder something more broad. Is there something safe about medical shows?
No.
No.
I mean, well, yes. And I'm trying not to get into my job too much, but I had my students write what I call a cultural review. And with the cultural review, what I have them do is examine whatever it is they're going to talk about, be that a game, a movie, a series, within the realm of the culture that it's involved in. And that could include the genre, um, the genre is a big part of it, but it also can, I mean, and genre comes with a lot of things because we have so many genres. And a lot of students, were talking about like medical shows, like when you mentioned that, like Grey's Anatomy,
Mm-hmm.
one of my students, they wrote about Grey's Anatomy and they were saying how the genre is important because of how it shows the growth and emotional challenges that the characters go through as doctors. And again, that all adds up to, if you think about it, that aspect of, what I like about ER. I like that it shows it now. I'm also a fan of Grey's Anatomy, and we did watch Grey's Anatomy for
Yeah,
a good
during the
couple, like
pandemic,
about
we
10 seasons, and after that we
yeah.
fell off.
Mm-hmm.
So all of those shows, the one thing that they have in common is not only are they talking about medical stuff, which is interesting to me because I'm a nerd, but it shows the emotional complexities they go through. It shows what they have to do behind the scenes, what are they doing in the office, what they're doing at work. And though people may be bored with that kind of stuff, people really want to know. I feel like they want to know like they're watching a car wreck. You want to see it. You want to sneak and look at it, but you don't want to stand up there. Some people will stand up there and look at it, but most people want to sneak and see what's going on. So it gives us that, if that makes sense.
I feel like I agree with what you're saying. I'm thinking also, like in this most recent episode of the pit that we've been watching, the last couple episodes, they've talked about ice.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I loved about Scrubs all these years is, despite the fact that it is definitely a comedy, it is lauded for being accurate in terms of its medical aspects.
Okay.
And it's a accurate depiction of how difficult it is to deal with the healthcare system as it exists. Even though the show is very funny, it does talk about just how hard it is. And like she and I will watch Scrubs as background. So I have on Hulu right now or Disney Plus or whatever, you can watch Scrubs 2026 or Scrubs 2001 or whatever. So on Scrubs 2001, it always messes up because I've watched all the episodes so many times that it will like play the end of the next episode and the end of the next episode. And so we'll go through 4 episodes in like 10 minutes because it's only playing the last couple minutes of the episode. That's how many times I've watched Scrubs. But on those episodes, when you watch them, a lot of the conflict is figuring out how to pay for shit, right? This is 20 years ago. when we watched The Pit, one of the still continuing issues, one of the dudes, the construction worker guy, they couldn't pay for his treatments, and he went out there and got himself hurt and was right back in the hospital.
That's the one that's coming up. I'm looking for.
Yeah.
You know,
what I find, I don't know if the word fascinating fits, is we just do not fix stuff. Going back to the whole protest thing, we don't fix stuff. The broken healthcare system is just a broken healthcare system, and we don't fix it. So you go back to a show 20 years ago talking about medicine, and it is the same dialogue about the same thing and the same people. You can watch episodes of ER, Saint Elsewhere, right now, and they're talking about how they can't afford to treat people because of how difficult it is to deal with the healthcare system. And that's 30 years ago. You know, we don't fix it. The politicians use the agony and suffering to maneuver us politically and just fill their pockets up. And that's why I think medical dramas, and even more so than legal dramas and police dramas, are always safe television, because it's either relatable or it's compelling. Mm-hmm. You know, you watched House, right?
Oh, that was another one I love. I'm just a sucker for medical dramas. I guess that's my thing, because I loved House. I was tuned in. It was so many.
I can see you now. You're on camera now.
Okay. It was so many medical dramas. Now I'm off. It was so many medical dramas that I was interested in, and yes, House was one of those. So,
let me ask a question about House.
Okay.
Did House deal with paying for treatments, or it was always, oh shit, what the hell is this?
All of that. Mm-hmm. All of that. So I can say clearly that House dealt with stuff like, they dealt with treatments. They dealt with, different people.
Not having insurance.
Yeah. Like, there was something with House and stuff like, he had an addiction. So.
Oh yeah, painkillers or whatever.
Right. So how you gonna get his medicine? They had to do with that. Then he had to, do all this stuff for the people. I mean, it's like, and again, I'm probably a creature of habit, but.
Hold on, baby. Pause it. I'm sorry. I'm pausing. Okay, for anyone who might be watching, Tracy does not want to be on camera. This is not a vanity thing where I will not let her be on camera. If she wants to be on camera, we would have a camera interface right now. And so I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this. And so I'm just always adjusting. So there you go, baby. You're good to go now. And when I'm watching, yeah, fine. Okay. So here we go. So please continue. Sorry.
Like I stated, they dealt with like stuff with the managers, because one of the people on there was a manager, but her and him previously had a relationship, and so it dealt with all kinds of different things, if you will. So
and this what got me thinking, is that why, like, because other shows, it's like it's not really an escape. And part of the reason it's not an escape is because of the red pill, manosphere, anti-woke in media weirdo shit that, like, it's hard to keep at bay. Oh, hello. Wait, first time chat. I thought I saw Evelyn. Well, hello, Evelyn. Nothing is not much. And so, like, I used to think that pro wrestling was safe television, and I never would have imagined that the personal aspirations of the people behind the scenes would become a threat, to where the lady on the wrestling show getting clotheslined and suplexed, yes you are, the first chatter, is now the head of the Department of Education. How we do that?
That's a lot.
Yeah, how we do that? How we do that? So technically, between the lines, what you're seeing is harmless, but the people who are behind the scenes are doing a gang of harm. So I don't know what is harmless television. I mean, I'm one of those people who wants, at this point in the game, after every show, for there to be a very special episode update on the state of things. I really do. After every show, I mean, the Saturday Night Live cold open should not be the only time the fourth wall is broken to talk to the soul of America. So, and I mean that. Like, I love Scrubs, and I'm not trying to, like, poke holes or whatever, but it would be awesome if after the credits rolled, they were like, look, y'all, are y'all good? Are we good? Is everybody good? Check in. We good? Like, I'm just, because we're getting to a point where, like, I'm about to show you stuff from other countries about what's happening in the world.
I don't think that'll work now.
Thank you for the follow. Go ahead, baby.
I'm just saying, I don't think now, because of the society we have, I just don't think that'll be something that'll be feasible. I mean, don't get me wrong, I would love, but the way people are now, we had the special episodes of the movie.
That's the Ellison's effect. That's the money behind the message, because like, and I'm gonna find information about that. Basically, the federal government used to make the television stations behave. They used to make them provide educational programming. They used to make them, be careful about the kind of information they shared, keeping it from being harmful in certain ways. I mean, like, there used to be some oversight, and we have, like, they slowly started breaking away the oversight, and then it got pedaled to the metal, and now we have open, blatant antitrust and motherfuckers with weird faces playing Monopoly on live television, and it's getting kind of bad. And so you're right in that regard. There's not going to be any more the more you know, because the people who own the network don't want you to know.
And thank you for today's, how do they say it? Thank you for today's conspiracy theory.
Right. But I mean, a lot of that stuff, like, look, the whole thing with Barry Weiss, that was on live television. She blocked a news report in front of everybody for the world to see. Like, so they're not even good at it, And you would hope your opponent would be worthy.
Are you expecting them to be? You said you would hope. Those are two totally different things.
Right? Yeah, that's fair. Evelyn, the chat is all yours. You can drop it in there, and we will. I'll run it by Tracy. But yeah, trying this, I encourage it. I do this as opposed to talking to a therapist, I feel like. So for whatever gets you out there to do the live stream, man, awesome. Okay, I don't have anything to show on that. Just talking about the Bill Gates thing. Now, you've heard this thing about, it's a deep conspiracy, and I don't have enough. And
I'm talking about which part of Bill Gates.
All right, so there's a dude on Instagram who says that there's like this scientist who discovered some stuff, and he and the people involved are no longer able to talk about some stuff. There was some kind of element found by someone at NASA with a weird sounding name, and they're saying that they have the ability to drop this element from space. And the meteors we've been seeing, apparently, because I have not seen these meteors, are something to do with the ability for us to drop these things from space. I don't know. I have heard Bill Gates' name in there someplace. Bill Gates' name has been in a couple of things.
And I again, welcome to conspiracy theory. And I would say I wouldn't put it past them.
This is the thing about Bill Gates that makes me chemtrails have been one of the things people talk about for years, and that is in the I don't know category. But Bill Gates, on the record, has said a few things that I have found. I'm gonna get to Iran and Israel. I have some stuff on that in the in the informational international dive. You'll see it on the left. You see it on the screen. So we will get to that. I gotta also. How come I didn't hear that? Just forget it. Forget it. Okay. So the theory. Okay, Bill Gates for sure, for years has had some ideas about society that remind me a whole lot of Walt Disney. If you want to find out some cool stuff about weird rich people, look up Walt Disney and the Epcot Center and the World of Tomorrow. Walt Disney was trying to end homelessness with his riches towards the end there, and his brother saw dollar signs and put the kibosh on all that as soon as Walt Disney died. But the whole Epcot Center and the whole thing over in Florida, that is a future town designed to end homelessness. And it is just there now. Forget about it. Bill Gates, though, had some similar ideas that on some level weren't not altruistic, especially if you have resigned yourself to a world completely broken by white supremacy that you're never going to be able to fix. So Bill Gates' idea was essentially insulation, to create a corporate town that provided everything you needed, therefore insulating you from the outside world. That was because you were never going to put the end to racism and white supremacy. You're not gonna. They're never gonna give it up. So instead, you just become completely self-sufficient. He tried it in like Nevada, and it didn't go. It didn't take. He couldn't do it politically to get it off the ground, and I think that he never gave up on the idea. I think that Bill Gates might mean well, but he's just like every other rich dude who is basically in a small room smelling his own farts all day. And his ideas have been shitty for probably 20 or 30 years, and he has no idea because there's no one around him who's going to say, that's kind of dumb, you shouldn't do that. Like Mark Zuckerberg is just, he doesn't even breathe real air no more. It's all farts. It's just all farts now, and that's what it is. And like, I kind of feel bad for Bill Gates, only a little bit, because I honestly think he meant well at one point. And now he's, yeah. And okay, and it's not on the board, but the last thing before I put on some Reese Waters to talk about some stuff, Nick Cannon, Nick Cannon has decided that he is just done making sense. And is driving around with tattoo forehead person. What's her name? Amber Rose. What does she do, Nick? Saying like just full on insanity. And my first thought was, what we don't realize and why like there's no such thing as a good millionaire and a good billionaire. They should not exist. Like what the difference between us in our late 40s, early 50s, and someone in their late 30s, early 40s is typically what concerns us. That's usually the difference. Like what matters the most to us, what we feel is going to harm us most. Like you're getting older, your body does things that is the quote unquote maturity. What concerns you changes your perspective because it changes what you need. The moment your bank account has too many zeros, the microsecond their bank account has too many zeros, your concerns are different and it's no longer the same. It doesn't take time. It's instantaneous. The moment you have all that money, there are people trying to take it and you have to defend it. It is different. It is you versus them, And that shit is immediate. And Nick Cannon's whole worldview is like someone who made a whole bunch of zeros and had to get in that bubble and start smelling their own farts. Because he's talking about weird political shit that idiots say when they don't know shit about the history of the Democrats and the Republicans, like when they just stopped listening to regular people and they only sit in rooms full of farts with people who smell their own farts all day. And they have like old information and they stop learning anything new because their concerns are here. If you think about Nick Cannon and his inner circle, like Nelly, fucking weirdo. Other dudes from St. Lunatics, weirdo. Like, they do weird shit because they should have never gotten niggas money, is what I'm saying. Because how else can you explain? Nick Cannon should so know better. I know exactly where he's from. He should just know better. The things he said don't make any sense. Oh, I appreciate that, but I already have someone who makes all my stuff, so appreciate that. But I'm also not looking to. I will try and make some money with all this stuff when the world stops being on fire. For now, we're gonna worry about that. So I do need to take a break to get something to drink. I think I'm gonna make some. Wait, I did. I drank all my drink? Okay. So Reese Waters is talking about something that went down on the gram. Thank you. So I'm gonna play that, and I guess this is technically a reaction because usually I'll play Reese while I play, but I'm gonna play Reese so I can like step away, put on something. Like I think the fans get kind of warm in here, and then I'm gonna set up to run. And I think the first thing we're gonna do is turn on Xbox and grab a Super Earth Defender and head over to Marfark. So not at this time, but you can message me in the thing. So here we go. I've been following this story for a minute. Me and Tracy both follow this guy on Instagram, and Tracy might follow him on TikTok. Maybe, I don't think so anymore, but I definitely follow him on Instagram. So here we go. This is him and his wife had an issue with this dude from the Marines, and he didn't know that he and his wife are not to be messed with. And so I'm not sure that the whole episode is going to be about this. I technically have Discord, but Instagram, yes, you can see on the ticker, it's at Republic Defender 78. Follow me on Instagram, and I can share the information that I come across to keep the information going. I am trying to figure out how to find information that is reputable, because are we not trusting Google because Google's bad? Like, help me understand. Gotcha. Okay. So I don't do Discord, but I have Discord. It's like one of those things, you know. I'm probably gonna have to. I tried deleting it before, but it wouldn't go away. So anyway, we will discuss that later. Hit me up on Instagram, and here we go.
You see, Justin, it's not that hard to find somebody, even if you just leave a simple comment on people's social media. See, all I need is your name and your, location, but I don't even need that. It just makes it really easy. And when I have all this information, it tells me everything I need to know about you. All your phone numbers, even the previous ones, all of your email addresses, and all of your addresses, even the current one you're at.
Did he say even the previous ones? Huh. That's a good excuse to use. That's a good excuse to use. What's that? When am I going to submit payment? No, this is a previous phone number. Yeah, he moved on to a T-Mobile Sidekick. Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week, where we explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination in hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Now, those of you that are hip to these racism streets, especially on social media, might remember this little video.
Inward lover. Baby, you want to make a phone call real quick?
Bet.
You see, Justin, you think you a gangster on the internet, but forgetting there's consequences for those actions. Or what about you flashing your firearm on social media and pointing at people's heads? Baby, you were in the military. Is that okay to do?
Absolutely not.
Good enough. Oh, and would you look at that? You have felony charges for doing that said thing. And we see how you're a Marine and she's reaching out to your chain of command as we speak. And would you look at that? Getting sworn in next to a black man. See, you really don't know who you can trust even if you're wearing the same uniform. I mean, how is that black man going to be able to trust you when you saying racial slurs like that to me and my people?
Now I'm going to let my man Eric Brian Stone cook. I'm going to let you stay hot. I just had to jump in for 2 seconds just to reinforce that point and the degrees to which our current assault on diversity weakens us as a collective unit. There are many, many more reasons why, but the literal disregard for the black, brown, women, LGBTQ, etc. in the military is wild.
You see, Justin, it's not that hard to find somebody, even if you just leave a simple comment on people's social media. See, all I need is your name and your, location, but I don't even need that. It just makes it really easy. And when I have all this information, it tells me everything I need to know about you. All your phone numbers, even the previous ones, all of your email addresses, and all of your addresses, even the current one you're at.
Did he say even the previous ones? Huh. That's a good excuse to use. That's a good excuse to use. What's that? When am I going to submit payment? No, this is a previous phone number. Yeah, he moved on to a T-Mobile Sidekick.
And look at that. It has the base that you're currently living at, which you've also posted on your social media account. Oh, what's that? I think I hear the phone ring.
Second AV, you guys are speaking.
Not a dancing robot. He having too much fun with this. I like it.
Yes, hi. I wanted to report this to his chain of command because when I was in the Air Force, being racist was unacceptable. And especially when it was unprovoked. I don't know this guy. I've never met him. I've never seen him. But he felt it was important to post racial slurs on a page of my partner. But I also wanted to make sure that the chain of command does something as well and that he doesn't, walk scot-free for this type of behavior.
Yes, you're 100% correct. So first name Justin.
Mm-hmm. And then Hoff, H-O-P-F. And then his middle name is Charles.
H-O-P-F, Hoff.
And also I wanted to make you guys aware that he's also posting photos online of him holding a gun to people's heads in military uniform, might I add.
Oh, that's not good.
Am I the only one that was crossing my fingers that the guy who answered the phone didn't end up the second one on the Summer Jam screen? I'm like, come on, man. Be legitimate customer service. Come on. Hello? Yeah. He said what? In lover. Well, Pete Hegseth says that all the time. I don't see what the problem is.
So I'll pass this to my higher sergeant major and everything else, and I'll have them reach out to you and ensure that they can grab, all this information and make sure that they go to the proper steps and take action and all that. So you did say that you are going to take action, correct?
Oh, absolutely. When I get off the phone, I'm going to file a police report.
And you said that you're an independent reporter too?
Yes, that's correct. So I used to be a national correspondent, and I used to work at the Pentagon as a news reporter as well.
Man, Justin, this is going to be a really rough day for you. Well, happy holidays.
That was an absolutely brilliant FAFO moment. Dare I say, might qualify for nominations. But when it comes to MAGA FAFO, that had to be pulled out into its own video. Don't worry, that's coming at the 1-year anniversary of this administration. Be on the lookout for that. Also, am I the only one who heard her say that she was a former correspondent who used to work at the Pentagon, which I would say is probably the best credit you could possibly have. That means you probably are a fair and balanced journalist who does their due diligence if you used to work at the Pentagon. They only got rid of the good ones. You know, they only got rid of the good ones. Now, the responses to that particular video were wild, but a few that I wanted to highlight. The sad thing is, if any real world consequences come from this, that guy will cash in with a GoFundMe campaign if fired and go sign up with ICE and get a raise. And the response to that I had, I wish you were wrong. Pretty much. Pretty much. That is the world that we are living in right about now. And I don't know if they got their lesson from Cinnabon. You know, Kamala Harris sign and all. I don't know if they. I think there's more to grift. And isn't that right, Erica Kirk?
Despite the devastating loss of Charlie Kirk, my incredible husband at UVU, Caleb has persisted with the same gift. Grit.
LOL, when I was in the Marines, there were plenty of blacks, Mexicans, etc. that would post and say racial slurs to each other and in other peoples of every race. He's white saying a racial slur towards a black, so his life gets to be ruined. If it were a black Marine saying cracker lover to a black man, no one would care. That's why it's annoying to see this. This kind of BS is why Nick Fuentes is popular. Oh, now that is fascinating, because there was no racism before clamping down on these kinds of racial slurs. I got it. So they must have been doing all of this prior to them bringing the slaves over. They was doing all of this, and then they clamped down, and then the racism came, and the Nick Fuenteses of that day, and then the chains and all the years, the centuries of oppression. Now we have found the root cause of the race. We have found the root cause of the racism. And let's also be clear about how whataboutism is just about the only tool that you have in the toolbox now, isn't it? Is it the unnamed blacks and Mexicans who used to say this to one another becomes your explanation for why this is the imagine just your anecdotal story is good with them and one another is why this is okay. And by the way, do you say cracker lover? Because I noticed that you didn't accuse any of the mythological blacks and Mexicans that you were acquainted with actually saying cracker lover. You were just, hypothetically saying if somebody were to say cracker lover, because I would like you to put that in somebody's mouth, anybody. Because you go ahead and put that in cracker lover. I'm sorry, I'm in my 4th decade. Not one time. I seen some ends though. I seen some ends that came from the other side of the paper bag test. Not one time. Not one time. That's a lie. That's a lie. Because you got sick when you was in the 9th grade. You was at home. You was eating soup, and you put so many of them saltines in that soup. Your mom went with cracker lover. Your mom went with that. And I remember because you laughed for like a week. I remember that one. This ain't all the files. This is not all the files. Half these names are blacked out. This page right here look like UPN Friday night. Ain't nothing but black on here. And I know exactly who it is. Why is he protected? Oh, because he donated? All the tax breaks he get, that was basically my money he donated. Where's my protection? You already know, while the haves protect themselves and each other, they do nothing when your phone numbers, addresses, and bank accounts are being attacked. And you know who that helps? Data brokers that take all the information they can find on you and sell it without your knowledge. And creeps. It also helps creeps. We know this because the bill that would require data brokers to get your consent before selling your information is circling the drain like this Congress. This is where today's sponsor Aura comes in. Data brokers do have to remove your information if you tell them, but they make it as hard as possible. But Aura does the hard work for you, constantly scanning the dark web and submitting opt-outs on your behalf. Give Aura a few weeks and you'll stop seeing your information on these sketchy sites when you search yourself. They also include features like dark web monitoring, fraud alerts, a VPN, and more. Aura is truly a great deal if you want to be more private and protected online. You can go to my link, aura.com/Reese Waters. That's aura.com/Reese Waters to try 14 days for free. That's enough time for Aura to start scrubbing your personal information off these data broker sites automatically. Two Marines saying something racist to each other only happens because there's a connection. They're friends. A Marine saying something racist to a civilian only happens when that Marine is racist. Well, would you imagine that? Just imagine considering the response as being instrumental to how you deal with that particular infraction. Well, they say it to each other all the time. Imagine considering how other people feel. I know MAGA is crazy. My retort, she's not black, she's mulatto, so the Marine is a moron. I do wonder if that guy who's doing the video would date an actual dark black woman with Negro features though. His flex of thinking he's all enlightened by dating a beautiful white-looking mulatto with white women's features, lips, hair, nose, etc., isn't what he thinks it is. Do you understand how effing weird and antisocial this sounds to normal people? Nope. No, we don't.
You didn't even see the rest.
Not a clue. He picked her because she appears like a beautiful white woman, has white features, but can claim he's dating a black woman so he can prove some higher moral ground as a straight white male. Really, black men and women will see this for exactly what it is. Oh, okay. Real black man here. Real black man here. Ooh, let me in. Let me in. Now, you just said his flex of thinking he's all enlightened by dating a beautiful white-looking mulatto with white women's features, as opposed to the black women with the Negro features. So I imagine you would not be so enlightened, considering you characterize those things the way that you do. I mean, you put it right out there. Now, you're saying that because she is a mulatto, as you call it, and she has white-looking mulatto features, then therefore, what, does the N not apply, or is she not due any level of respect? I'm trying to figure out how far down the melanin chart do you have to go to where this would be an infraction for you? You let us know when the ends begin to be applicable. How is it, like a caramel or a mocha? Do you have to just be a hard milk chocolate? How dark? I would love. Just let us know. Just let us know where you can go with the ends freely, and when they actually apply. Let us know that too. And then when you do that, I would love for you to also let me know this, because you're saying that he is with her because of her beautiful white-looking mulatto features. You get to make that determination for him. So who exactly gets to make the determination for why you are with your partner, if you happen to be with one? I question that because you're writing dissertations on X about other people's relationships. But in the event that you are, do I get to decide? Do I get to decide? Does he get to decide? Or just like the first commenter gets to decide why you are with your partner? Oh yeah, I got way more, but we just gonna keep it pushing. Going to be 100% honest with you, the racist comment on social media would likely get him an NJP at most, but that picture while in uniform, yeah, that is not going to go over well with his chain of command. Not expecting a court-martial, but something that will affect his professional record negatively when it comes time for promotion or assignment/transfer. Well, sounds like we need an update. Eric?
I posted this video of Justin called me an N-word lover and it got over 14 million views. And you all been asking for an update. Well, Since then, I have spoken to Justin, and Justin wants me to take the video down.
There's literally no way I can get you to like take it down.
You got it.
Not even amount of money.
Not even. You couldn't even give me $1 million to take it down.
All right.
Eric. $1 million, you good? Because it's already on the internet, man. Hey, take the million. Take the $1 million. You like one of them people that say, I had dinner with Jay-Z. You know? Take the $1 million. I got you backed up. I got you. I'll upload it right. You know what I mean? No, we good.
In fact, Justin doesn't want you to know about him at all. So I made an entire YouTube video of the entire conversation with not only him, but the Marines. So, enjoy my pettiness. Happy holidays, Justin. Doses.
Yeah, y'all ready? I'm ready. Y'all ready? Ooh, boy, I'm ready. Y'all ready? Hey, yeah, get the popcorn ready. And don't put them M&Ms in there. If I want M&Ms, I eat M&Ms. I don't want to act like it's a surprise to eat something that I can have a whole bag of.
When you think of the Marines, you think of this. American heroes. And then there's Justin. I'm just kidding. That's not him.
Not saying I haven't said a racist thing or two in my life, because I got Mexican friends and we call each other beaners and shit all the time.
That's what he told me after our video went viral for exposing for who he really is.
Wrong race, Justin. Wrong race. Wrong. What we want to go with for N Lover, we want to go with black friends. No black friends. We'll just keep the Mexican lovers and saying, now you're just giving us more evidence.
Not even, you couldn't even give me $1 million to take it down.
All right.
Well, Justin, there's freedom of speech, but there's also consequences for your actions. Let's rewind. They say all Marines bleed green, but I guess Justin hasn't learned that yet.
We're going to Tijuana, motherfucker!
See, not only does Justin love the drink, but he loves firearms as well. Oh, look, he and his friend in uniform. That can't be normal, right? We'll get to this guy in a second. So Justin doesn't like that I date black women, or what he calls N-words.
The thing is, it was 3 years ago is what I'm saying.
Actually, it was 2.5.
I've obviously changed my life since then, and I can't
Say it with your chest, little ass nigga!
I want to own it if I did it, but I'm telling you, I had no idea that was sent.
Did you just give us, I've changed my life since then because it was 3 years ago and I didn't, and I didn't.
I'm pausing it because I'm torn. Tracy and I have this conversation a lot. I feel like the internet has stunted our growth as a global community. It has restricted our emotional development, and that because of the internet having this long memory and nothing ever going away, we pigeonhole people into being whatever they are when they first hit Twitter at 14 years old. We go through old tweets a lot, and so I feel like we have to reclaim some amount of grace somehow. Because this is not a comment on cancel culture. I think even before cancel culture, the idea that this you bro is really prevalent, and to where we don't talk about personal growth. However, I'm not saying this dude is someone who we should be talking about their personal growth. What I feel like, because I don't want to be considered, I don't want to be a hypocrite. I don't want to be that. Even if I am being a hypocrite, I don't want to be a hypocrite, right? I feel like the dude saying, I've changed my life, it's been 2 years, yada, yada, yada. For me, personal growth is not asking him to take the video down. That's how I feel like you see personal growth from the Marine dude. He should be like, you know what? I did that shit. I gotta own that shit. And if the video is always there, then that's my penance for the mistake I made. To me, if that's the private conversation he has with the dude we follow on Instagram, then that shows personal growth. Not, it's been 3 years, I've changed my life, given over to Jesus Christ or whatever. Like, that's not personal growth. That's no. To make sure, because I have an opinion that I don't like some of the things I see in terms of people getting in trouble for stuff they said 10, 20 years ago. But that doesn't mean that every time someone says something, they get a pass either. Like, you have to show some sort of attrition on some level or something. I don't know. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again.
Didn't do it. Come on, man. They don't teach scamming no more. You know what I mean? They don't teach scamming no more. You know what? Here, lesson 1. One way to see through exactly is the multiple overlapping excuses. It wasn't me, Your Honor, but I was on the other side of town. And also, she asked me to do it.
So let me explain something. I get all these messages all the time. N-word this, traitor, all these other messages. And eventually I get sick of it, especially when I'm doing a video with my woman. Now, because of this, I went to this little Facebook tool for our creators and I typed in N-word lover. And would you look at that? Justin's at the top of the list. So I called my girl, who is an Air Force veteran, and I let her know that a Marine sent me a message calling me an N-word lover. So she said that she would reach out to his chain of command.
Now, I gotta love, under normal circumstances, I would feel bad for people that catch strays in this situation, but they generally probably have an idea of who Justin is. So apparently he is with somebody who not only has to deal with him being aired out as pushing this out into the world, but as his profile photo. I don't know. It don't sound like he that good on like protection. You know what I mean? It don't. I don't know, Justin. You might have gotten better since a couple years ago, but not that good.
So she didn't know this message was from 2 years ago, but I decided to make Justin a star.
No, Eric. We already got a Racist of the Year. We had a whole competition. We had a whole award ceremony. We already got a Racist of the Year, and it's way bigger than Justin. I can tell you that right now.
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah. You hear me?
Yeah. Why are you so nervous, Justin?
Yeah, dude. So pretty much what I was explaining is like, I'm really not like that.
There go the black friends. We found us some black friends. Hey. Not one of them has reached out in your defense. But hey, they must be shaven in order to stay in the military. That's what that is. They stay shaven. You know the rules. But woo boy. Interesting conversations, huh?
And I know you have no reason to believe me, but I legitimately was shocked whenever that was posted up. Because, not saying I haven't said a racist thing or two in my life, because I got Mexican friends.
Wow. I know. We got them. You said a racist thing or two. We got 3. Just in that one little, we got our modern military. And didn't even have the genius not to put it online or have his name attached to it.
Call each other beaners and shit all the time, but it's like a joke type thing.
Looks like he's up to a great start. I mean, first he pisses off black people and then he pisses off the Mexicans. I mean, come on.
I didn't have access to the cell phone or nothing like that. If I got sent from somebody that was just on my phone, or I don't think I really got hacked, the hacker type shit. I don't know. I don't think that works like that. I don't know if somebody was just on my phone fucking around, but I have no recollection of sending anything like that.
I believe he might not have recollection.
Wait. I want to get one of those. The cubby hole thing? You saw it at Walmart?
Yes.
For real?
It was right there by where we got that from.
Because you see the baskets and stuff?
I'm about to show it to you. Yeah.
The extra books and stuff could go in the baskets.
It's called it's a cubic. Let me look it up. Because I look at it every time I go up in there, and I showed it to you, and I was like, that is so freaking adorable. And you was like, oh, you have to find out something else. So he's like, and I was like, ain't that nice? And he's like, huh. And
Hey, I thought something too. He's in his old. Is this an old video? Because he's in his old studio. Like he's in the old spot. What is this?
That's a video that was made
2 hours ago. I wonder why he's in his old spot.
Don't worry, keep on the video.
Okay, but yeah, I want to get one of them, like 2 of them actually. One for in here. They go right there. Because if it sits up against it, then that is more steady. It's like anchored to it, you know.
Cube storage container. Here it is.
Oh, hell yeah.
9 cube bookshelf.
1, 2, 3. It's 9. Yep. Yup. Oh, okay. Okay.
It was right down that side.
And then they got the little drawers to come with it.
Up the little cubes come with it. It's right there. Like if you go look up at Walmart right now, you'll see it. It's right there where I got the sofa stuff and all that. It was right there.
Yep. And you can see the drawers are the same. All right. I want to.
All right. Neat. I like the way it looked with the
I wonder why he's. I wonder if this is an old. Never mind. All right. Let's just.
I believe that he might not, because half of this footage has been him in a bar. So I can imagine he wouldn't have recollection of that. As far as I didn't have my phone and I didn't believe that's how hacking works. I can tell you how hacking works. They tend not to target Justin. Maybe Justin Timberlake, but they tend not to. Justin, the Marine with charges and with ends all over his chat history, they tend not to, you know. Are they gonna take your money?
Oh, really? Because why back in November of this year did you post about these 2 white boys going to Haiti, killing all the black men, wanting to slave all the black women and children?
Now we're hearing that 2 North Texas men have been indicted for an alleged scheme in an attempt, they say, to fulfill their, quote, rape fantasies.
It's so far-fetched, and that's why I thought it was funny. Like, no one in the right mind could see that ever happening or working out.
So when you get called on commenting on something racist that happened a few months ago, after you've told us you've changed over the course of the years and you didn't have access to your phone, now it's because it's just so outrageous. It's just, we get the overlapping excuses before, and now it's not because of the assaulting the women or the race. They wasn't. It was because it sounds like a wonderful Jet 2 holiday. It does sound like, and I could use a holiday because I've been in the Marines. That's all. I always wanted to go to Haiti. That's just.
I'm like real careful about what I post. Like, and I wouldn't post anything like that just because.
Pause. They literally have this on your unit's website. Internet-based social networking sites like Facebook and Twitter have created a revolution in social connectivity. However, they also have the ability to expose personal and private information, leaving users vulnerable to a number of potential threats. Protect you and your family. Keep your personal information safe. See, the reason why these racists hate me is because I'm a thing called accountability, and they really hate that because this thing called white privilege. They just want to be able to do whatever they can without being, accountable for it. And Justin has 2 charges with pointing a firearm at somebody's head. One got dismissed and the other was a complete plea agreement. Justin didn't have to deal with the consequences of pointing a firearm to somebody's head. Is that normal for the Marines to hire somebody with felony charges, or was that part of the plea agreement?
That's part of Pete Hex's war on DEI. Is what that is. That is part. He just had the right stuff. That's all we need to hear.
Oh, not to mention, Justin has a whole, history. A minor with alcohol. I mean, I'm not one to judge because, I drank in my minor years, but I was overseas. But even then, it's the problem with him not ever learning from, continuing to do the same thing over and over and over again and never maturing into a grown-ass man.
What? Oh no!
And then other people have to suffer for his bullshit. Let's get back to the excuses.
I'm always out trying to do government jobs or whatever, or at least at that time I was. But I also don't say that word at all. The thing is, that was in like 2023, and the reason I mentioned that is because at that time, for that whole year, I was actually in France. And at that point, I was trying to join the French Foreign Legion. So
So wait, Justin, you're saying that you weren't friends and you left your phone with, I'm assuming, family or friends, somebody you know, you love and trust. And you're saying somebody hates you so much that they decided to post and send me a message of N-word lover.
Yeah. Not that they hate me, but they probably thought it was funny or a joke or whatever just to fuck with me.
That sounds like a family affair. That sounds like a family affair. No, you have to deal with the consequences. Well, whatever family member went and did this, whatever Uncle Chester went and did this, y'all got to deal with him ruining your military career and all that. Y'all got to handle that on the side. Yeah. And you know what? If you start a social media account, first of all, as was outlined, they'd be more than happy to help you if you want to start a whole right-wing red pill thing. They would love that. If you want to film you confronting said family member, that would probably do numbers on this app.
I serve with a lot of black guys.
Bruh. Now, if you're in the military and you're a minority and you have white boys talking like this, how could you trust them?
And I know you're recording this too, man. Or maybe you...
Just a pro tip. If you get accused of being racist and you're not, and you know that you're not, and you know that you're not, right? You know you're not. You don't feel hatred for people based on their race. That's, you know yourself. But you get accused of it. The only thing you can do is eat that shit. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It doesn't matter if you have friends, and it does not matter. Those friends are not props to prove your righteousness. So you don't put their name in that shit, Ricky Bobby. You take it. If someone accuses you of being racist and you know that you're not, you just eat that shit because you know you're not. You just, that's it. You got accused of it in the moment, and it sucks because you're not, and that's the only reason it sucks. What was that shit from Rick and Morty? Like, if I'm a Nazi, you're not gonna call me anything to hurt my feelings. I'm a Nazi already, you know? So if you're not a racist and someone calls you racist, yeah, it sucks. But you cannot drag your friends into that bullshit. They don't prove your righteousness. You were just a dick that day, and someone decided you were a dick for a reason that wasn't necessary. So just a pro tip. If you're not racist, you're not racist. Your friends don't make you not racist. So you don't bring your friends up. Don't put them in that shit. You eat that shit that day, and you just do better the next time you leave the house. Trust me.
Because I'm going to sleep early. These students don't have to wait.
Okay.
You are, I don't know. I'm just trying to put a stop to it just because shit's kind of out of hand.
Justin, do you know who you're talking to? I know you do, but you want me to stop doing what I do? It's never gonna happen. Let me help you out, my boy. All you gotta do is find the person that you claim sent me this message. If you tell me who that person is, I will have no problem taking this post down. And I will do a complete apology video and take this down. That's all you gotta do. But if you can't do that, then this is just gonna keep blowing the fuck up.
Alright, I can do that.
If I was you, Justin, I would work fast, because this thing ain't slowing down.
Now, he made a lot of points about accountability, and I really appreciate that because that's something that I try and address here often. The lack thereof and the way that has been incentivized by MAGA. A whole country full of people who try and emulate badly the movements of a president where it is never his fault. Never takes responsibility. It's Biden. It was, I got bad advice. It's radical leftists. It's George Soros. It is reporters out to get him. Nothing is ever his fault. And we see the exact same rhetoric from the Kristi Noems and from the Pam Bondis, and most notably the Pete Hegseths, who, when confronted with a colossal screw up with the Signal chat, attacked the reporter. that was inadvertently invited into the signal chat. Nothing is ever their fault. Now, previously, I've outlined just how untenable this is for a society full of people who never take accountability. How does that work in your business? How does that work with tenants? How does that work in your family? What happened to my change? Nothing is ever anybody's fault. Now, those are all examples that would, I don't know, call about the general collapse of society. But how does it work in the military? Full of people where nothing is ever their fault. Did you send the coordinates? Yeah. Well, they said the coordinates wasn't sent. Well, that must be on it. You know what I mean? Radical leftists. It's the radical. They out to get me. They out to get me. That's all that is. Biden deleted. I put him in there and Biden. Or maybe it was the fat generals. Maybe it was. I tried to send the coordinates, but they couldn't get past the fat generals. Isn't that right, Pete Hegseth? How does it work with a military full of people who never take accountability? A country of people that never take accountability. You don't think about that because you're blocked by your MAGA hat. You can't see past tomorrow. Shout out to Eric Brian Stone and Terrence Garnier. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. I apologize if I did not. That was well done.
Terrence Garnier.
And I certainly applaud your efforts and will do my part to amplify what needs amplifying. And I've also checked out the page too. I'm enjoying. It's some good stuff. There's some good stuff on here. Make sure you give him a follow. It also reminds me of another Navy video that we saw, that we featured here. We need some more updates.
To the white guy that called me slurs over and over again in my live stream the other night for no reason, guess what? You're gonna get kicked out of the United States Navy. You know how they tell us that we should be careful what we do on social media because there could be real life consequences? Hi, my name's Real Life Consequence. I've done a thorough background check and now I know everything about you. I know what little town in Texas you're from. I know your name, your phone number, your email address. I've seen your disciplinary records. I know the names of all of your family members, including your dead mother and your daughter who turns 2 next week, and her mother who's gonna have to pay for all the birthday presents this year because you came into my live stream and saw a black man who was talking about Pokemon cards and video games, and you assumed, yeah, he's not going to do anything if I call him slurs repeatedly, even though he's trying to help me. Turns out I am going to do something. Turns out there are so many things I can do because I have all the screenshots. I have all of the recordings. I know that after you left my live stream, you went into someone else's and started talking about how much you love Jesus and God and the Bible. So maybe I should send that evidence to the church you go to in that little town we both know about. I know exactly which boat in the Navy you serve on, and I know the names of black sailors that serve on the same boat as you. Maybe I'll send the clips to them as well. But only after I send them to the Naval Inspector General's office because I'm getting you fired. I'm getting you kicked out of the Navy. There's nothing you can do to stop me. There is no apology I will accept. There is no excuse I will listen to. There is no money you could offer me. You're getting fired. And when you're working the graveyard shift in an Amazon warehouse and your back hurts and your feet hurt and those white bright lights are beating down on you and the teenager who still has his life ahead of him walks up to you and says, "What are you doing here?" Tell him the truth. Tell him about me.
Well, goddamn. I followed him on Twitch because of that.
Stall him out, Tamo. Stall him out. I'm just playing. I didn't see nothing. I didn't see nothing.
That was
my only regret was having to watch that by myself. Cause it feels better when you can watch it with friends, right? We need to ask Justin if he knows him. We need to ask Justin if he knows him. Eric, see if Justin gave you some information on that. We'll see if they can flip on, do a whole racist undercover thing or something like that. See if he willing to flip and expose some others in the ranks.
And please, listen up. Your daddy don't like me fussing at you, so I need you to move.
Okay, we're doing treats. That's why she's doing it for. Yeah, she's bullied us. Treats. We're gonna do treats. All right, let's we're gonna do a little switcheroo here because now you hear the music. We're gonna hell dive. All right. Okay.
I might wait to do it tomorrow because I don't feel like I'm just so frack.
There we go.
Sweet liberty! Look familiar? Seems like these are happening all over the galaxy right now. You could be next. That is, unless you make the
You okay, Fleming, but baby, mommy.
I'm coming, baby. I'm
Baby,
sorry.
I'm not, it's not you, but she just keep looking at my leg and I should not.
Let's see, is this one? Yes.
The Helldivers.
Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba. All right, come on. She is just over there like, come on, let's go. Let's get some snacks.
Become a legend. Become a Helldiver.
Turn this like on the headphones on, or just leave it like this.
I'm not gonna if there's, I'm probably gonna do something.
Because last week, I don't care because it didn't, but you could hear, we are the crystal gems. We always find where. It was so cute though, because it's very faint in the background. No, because it's fine, because I had the headphones on, so I couldn't hear none of
And
that.
that's why I try to turn the TV down. That's why I try to make sure that the TV on.
This
full.
mic is picking up everything, so I didn't get any issues like as far as Twitch method, and so not having headphones on keeps my ears from ringing so bad. So I'm gonna leave it like this.
I'm about to stop and just play it on there.
I'm gonna leave it like this, and then yeah, play it by ear. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go because I'm trying to do too much at once and it's getting me overwhelmed, and I don't need to be that way. So, I mean, the students, they don't care, and I'm more worried than they are. But I hadn't posted the stuff in my classes yet. My online classes, I'll just post it tomorrow. They don't care, but I'll post it tomorrow and let them know that, just trying to, I'm sorry I didn't post it yesterday, y'all, but it will be there tomorrow. Then I got my meeting tomorrow.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I don't want to just start turn my back on it. But okay, here we go. To the audience, we are now moving into the next phase. I took away the talking points for screen coverage, but we're gonna check in with top U.S. news and world headlines with Democracy Now! From a few hours, like maybe 8 hours ago. And then I got a video from Bloomberg Television. Now, it's an hour and a half, but we're only going to watch the first 15, 20 minutes of it. I might have some timestamps. This is a perspective on what's going on in Iran, as up to date as I could find. It's hard to tell what's reputable. I don't have a quality vetting mechanism. I'm probably gonna have to break down, and I don't trust ground news. I don't trust it.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. An estimated 8 million people took to the streets of cities across 50 U.S. states and more than a dozen countries around the world Saturday in thousands of protests against President Trump under the banner No Kings. Organizers say it was the largest single day of protest in U.S. history. In St. Paul, Minnesota, about 200,000 protesters gathered at the state capitol just miles from where federal immigration agents killed Renee Good and Alex Preti in January. After headlines will air speeches from the St. Paul rally, you'll hear from Joan Baez and Bruce Springsteen, Ilhan Omar, and others. And we go to the streets of New York throughout the 5 boroughs. The U.S.-Israeli war on Iran has entered its 5th week. President Trump told the Financial Times Sunday he would prefer, quote, to take the oil and seize Iran's oil export hub, Kharg Island. Shortly after his comments, the price of oil surged to $116 a barrel. Separately, President Trump spoke to reporters aboard Air Force One and boasted about regime change in Iran.
But we've had regime change, if you look already, because the one regime was decimated, destroyed, they're all dead. The next regime is mostly dead. And the third regime, we're dealing with different people than anybody's dealt with before. It's a whole different group of people.
President Trump's comments come as 3,500 U.S. troops began arriving in the region Friday. The Washington Post reported Saturday night the Pentagon's preparing for weeks of potential ground conflict in Iran. Meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal is reporting President Trump's considering a military operation to seize nearly 1,000 pounds of uranium from Iran. This is Ibrahim Zulfikari, the spokesperson for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps.
In response to Trump's recent threats of ground operations or occupation of any part of Iranian territory, which of course is nothing more than a wish, we announced that the warriors of Islam have been waiting for such actions for a long time to prove that aggression and occupation will not result in anything other than humiliating captivity and dismemberment and disappearance of the aggressors.
CENTCOM says more than 300 U.S. troops have been wounded in the Iran war. So far, 13 U.S. service members have died. According to a consortium of human rights groups in Iran, nearly 1,500 Iranian civilians, some say more than 2,000 have been killed. At least 217 children have been killed in the U.S. and Israeli strikes. U.S. officials say Iran fired 6 ballistic missiles and 29 drones at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, wounding at least 15 U.S. service members Friday. The Iranian strike also destroyed the U.S. military's E-3 Sentry radar aircraft, the first time the $300 million plane has been lost in combat. On Saturday, Yemen's Houthi rebels fired a barrage of missiles at southern Israel for the first time since the war began, targeting what the group called sensitive Israeli military sites. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky signed air defense cooperation agreements with Qatar and the United Arab Emirates Saturday after signing a similar deal with Saudi Arabia during his visit to the kingdom Thursday. Ukraine has sent anti-drone experts to all 3 Gulf countries, as Iran has been targeting infrastructure in the region using drones similar to ones used by Russia against Ukraine. On Sunday, Zelensky also visited Jordan for security talks. An Israeli strike targeted a marked press car in southern Lebanon Saturday, killing Ali Shoaib of Al-Manar TV, reporter Fatima Fatouni of Al-Mayadeen TV, and her brother, freelance cameraman Mohammed Fatouni. Israel's military said it targeted Shoaib, accusing him of being a Hezbollah intelligence operative without providing evidence. Israel made no mention of the 2 other journalists killed. Protesters gathered in Martyr Square in Beirut Saturday, holding photos of the dead journalists killed in the Israeli airstrike.
The important thing we all want to draw attention to is that the Israeli enemy, once they find anyone standing for rights and supporting the oppressed, tries to silence that voice. And the voice of the oppressed cannot be stopped, despite the enemy trying to overpower it, or no matter how many killings they carry out.
Lebanon's information minister said the government would file a complaint with the UN Security Council over what he called Israel's deliberate and blatant war crime against the media, unquote. Meanwhile, the UN peacekeeping mission in Lebanon, UNIFIL, said a peacekeeper was killed Sunday when a projectile exploded at one of its positions in southern Lebanon. Another peacekeeper was critically injured. On Saturday, the World Health Organization said 9 paramedics were killed in 5 separate Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon, bringing the total number of health workers killed by Israel in March to 51. The attacks come as Prime Minister Netanyahu ordered the Israeli military to further expand the security buffer zone in southern Lebanon. The United Nations says Israeli strikes and evacuation orders in Lebanon have displaced more than 370,000 children. More than 120 children have been killed and nearly 400 have been injured in Israeli attacks this month. In Gaza, Israeli airstrikes on 2 checkpoints in Khan Yunis killed at least 6 Palestinians, including a child Sunday, according to local health officials. The Israeli military has killed over 680 Palestinians in Gaza since a U.S.-brokered ceasefire with Hamas came into effect last November. This is the mother of Samar al-Faisis, who was killed in Israeli airstrikes on Sunday.
This is the 4th martyr. I do not have any sons left. No sons are left. That's enough. That's enough. 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 What is the fault of this woman? What is the fault of this child? This child, 2.5 years old and orphaned? There is a fetus in her womb who will enter the world without a father.
Israeli police prevented Cardinal Pier Battista Pizzaballa, the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre on Palm Sunday to celebrate Mass due to Israel's ban on gatherings at religious sites during the Iran war. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said Iranian missiles had repeatedly targeted Jerusalem's holy sites, with missile fragments landing near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. The Latin Patriarchate said it was the first time in centuries the heads of the church were prevented from celebrating Palm Sunday Mass at the site, calling the incident a grave precedent. EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas called it a violation of religious freedom. Following the backlash, Prime Minister Netanyahu said the Latin Patriarch would receive full and immediate access to the church. Pope Leo has reprimanded U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth for using Christian scripture to justify waging war and slaughtering people. During a Palm Sunday Mass in St. Peter's Square, the Pope said God refuses the prayers of leaders who have hands full of blood. Meanwhile, leaders of the Democratic Women's Caucus and Congressional Black Caucus have condemned Hegseth for personally intervening to block the promotion of 4 Army officers to become 1-star generals. 2 of the 4 denied promotions are black, 2 are women. The remaining officers on track for promotions are overwhelmingly white men. A New Jersey man has been arrested and charged with plotting to firebomb the home of a prominent Palestinian-American activist in Brooklyn. Alexander Heifler is accused of assembling Molotov cocktails and planning an arson attack against Nardine Kiswani, the co-founder of Within Our Lifetime. Kiswani has led protests in support of Palestinians and against Israel's assault on the Gaza Strip. Investigators say Heifler is a member of the Jewish Defense League, a pro-Israel group designated as a terrorist group by the FBI. He allegedly planned to flee to Israel after launching the attack. We'll speak with Nardine Kiswani later in the broadcast. President Trump Sunday bragged to reporters his planned White House ballroom is, quote, ahead of schedule and under budget, unquote. He also described the ballroom as a shed for a massive military complex being built underneath. The National Trust for Historic Preservation has sued the Trump administration, alleging the ballroom construction ignored required reviews and public input. Bank of America has agreed to pay more than $72 million to settle a federal lawsuit brought by hundreds of survivors of rape and sexual abuse by the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Survivors filed the lawsuit last October alleging Bank of America overlooked clear signs Epstein was using a pair of bank accounts to carry out crimes. The suit claimed Bank of America had, quote, a plethora of information regarding Epstein's sex trafficking operation, but chose profit over protecting the victims, unquote. It's the third settlement of its kind after Deutsche Bank and J.P. Morgan Chase paid out a combined $365 million to settle lawsuits brought by Epstein survivors. The shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security is now the longest shutdown of any federal agency in U.S. history. On Friday, a record number of TSA workers called out of work. Since the shutdown began, more than 500 TSA officers have quit. Last week, the House passed its own short-term bill to fund the entire Department of Homeland Security after the Senate passed a bill excluding funding for ICE and Border Patrol. The House bill now heads to the Senate, which is currently in a 2-week recess. And here in New York, Senator Bernie Sanders rallied support Sunday for a proposed income tax increase on New Yorkers earning over $1 million a year. The tax would impose a 2% increase on New York City's wealthiest residents, helping to close the looming budget deficit as Mayor Mamdani seeks to establish universal free early child care, free bus rides, and more affordable housing. This is Senator Sanders speaking at a rally at Lehman College.
The people of this city, the people of this state, the people of this country do not want to see our kids go hungry, do not want to see people sleep out on the street, lack health care. They want the very rich to start paying their fair share of taxes.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Okay, so this is the Bloomberg video. We'll see how much of it I can. It better. Oh, it did this last time too. It's taking a second. I don't know why. I think my ad blocker. There we go.
9 a.m. in Shanghai, Shenzhen, and here in Hong Kong, you're watching The China Show. I'm Yvonne Mann with David and Wes.
We are counting down to the open of markets in Greater China. Let's get to your top stories today. Stocks across the Asia Pacific down and down by a lot. Oil jumping as the Iran war enters a fifth week with rising risks of escalation. Global equities are set for their worst month in 4 years, with a key benchmark nearing a correction.
President Trump claims negotiations with Tehran are ongoing, even as Iran's proxies attack U.S. allies and thousands more American troops head to the region.
Also ahead, BYD warns of fresh pain ahead for China's EV industry after delivering its third straight quarter of disappointing earnings.
And with earnings season underway, we speak to two key players in the Chinese biotech sector. Stay tuned for our interviews with executives from Innovative Biologics and Hua Medicine. Well, Dave, we came out this weekend with just more news of signs of de-escalation, along with some of the diplomacy that's underway. But it seems like markets right now are really focused more on this conflict really widening now that the Houthis have really entered into this Iran conflict.
Yeah, because literally that is a threat to the other choke point, which has managed to offset some of the issues right now and on logistics. And I think the oil price right now reflecting that 115, 116, and then you also have on top of that other components of the aluminum of the commodity complex. Aluminum is also a very good example. So markets are selling off, and I think for once we talked about BYD, right? For once, the earnings story won't be an offset to the challenges on risk assets from the macro side of things, because the earnings story is also quite disappointing when you look at Chinese markets
and
today.
I think once we get closer to getting March and April data, right?
Yeah.
February data so far has been quite stale, given the fact that it hasn't reflected what this Iran conflict might have on economies here. Once we start to get some of that data points come through, to see what this energy shock has had on basically the data, earnings as well from CEOs, that might start to see where we start to really focus not just on the inflation shocks, but really now maybe the growth risks moving forward too from this whole conflict.
The PMI numbers, right? So we are approaching calendar month end and the first few days of the calendar month of April, and I think that's really when you're going to get a lot of these PMIs coming through, which would be the first indication, right? See, and I suspect my suspicion is some of the estimates out there haven't quite reflected yet some of the pain that will likely show up in these numbers, and hopefully I'm wrong when it comes to that, of course. But when you look at markets, for example, it doesn't really take a lot to stretch, that tangent between where you are as far as the war goes, and really the pain these economies are feeling at this point in time. In fact, just on that very note, right? You have oil prices right now, 117 right now, and Brent, we're back above 100 on West Texas. We talked about the equity markets on track for the worst month going back to about mid of 2022. In fact, just a little bit more. We have two days left that we could actually take out that threshold and would be, in that case, and hopefully I'm wrong here, the worst month for global equities since the pandemic hit back in 2020. Just underscores how unprepared markets were for this. And I think further on as well, flip the page please, when you look at currency markets, intervention risk now with 160 on dollar yen. That's a little bit stronger right now as far as the Japanese currency is concerned, following comments earlier on, which we'll get to in a moment. Equity markets, you have the Nikkei off 5%, Kospi's up 3, down 3 or 4. Taiwan is coming online, and when Hong Kong comes online, do expect it to reflect not just this, but also the BYD effect, because that stock is likely going to take a massive hit today. Coming up on your screens, A50 futures, and of course you have aluminum and also Shanghai. We're also focusing on these two specifically in the Chinese mainland exchange.
Yeah, some of these Middle East plants were hit by the aluminum ones, so certainly that's one thing to watch here. That's why you are seeing that spike up in aluminum prices here this morning. But let's get to the latest here when it comes to the Iran war. And bring in our politics editor, Laura Davison. Also, here's our Asia oil trading reporter, Rongwei Neal, joining us from Singapore. Laura, I'll start with you. The Houthis entering into this war, how much complexity does this add now to the whole conflict?
It certainly sort of opens that door to having other actors enter the fray. It's just another, a card that Iran can play to have more leverage, to have additional locations to fire missiles, but also for all of those Gulf allies that we're, thinking about last week. Do they get in? Do they not? What is their role in here directly? That just adds that much more pressure, as there's that, much more risk for them going forward. So that adds a lot of complexity here. Plus, we also, we heard the Trump was rather quiet over the weekend, but we've heard a lot from him just today. He's, just spoke with reporters on the plane, said that there was, that Iran has given in to many of the demands that the U.S. has put out in their 15-point plan. Really unclear what he means there. He didn't specify what that was all about. But just, a couple hours before, he gave an interview to the Financial Times where he said that he wanted to take Iranian oil. So again, we continue to hear mixed messages from the president about whether a peace deal is imminent or, could there potentially be some large-scale ground operation, in which he said that U.S. troops would be on Karg Island for a long time.
Where are we on, just to build on that, the diplomacy front, right? Whether that's between the U.S. and Iran, and whether the Iranians have responded to some of the claims from the U.S. president, and also separately, these talks that Pakistan wants to broker between all parties involved here.
Yeah, so there were talks over the weekend, not between the U.S. and Iran, but with intermediaries in Pakistan. So you had Pakistani officials as well as Egypt and Turkey who were also there. They have kind of played that main role there, trying to sort of bridge the gap. It still is not clear that there are any direct talks happening between Iran and the U.S. Although Trump just, as a couple minutes ago said that there were both direct and indirect talks, Iranians have continued to deny that. And as we've seen, sort of, all of these different signs, Trump continues to push a peace deal, at least publicly, but privately there are lots of conversations about a ramp up of U.S. military efforts.
And, just on the commodity front, aluminum has now been pulled into this. Some of the assets in the Middle East have been hit. What do we know about that?
This is sort of yet another, kind of commodity that's going to be, up, I think, almost 5%, is what we saw most recently. This is just adds to sort of what has been a really, really bad case scenario for the economic outlook. I'll note, the White House kind of we're now in the 5th week of this war. They said in 4 to 6 weeks is when Americans will start feeling the economic impact of that war. We're now in that time period. We're seeing, as attacks ramp up, that, things are headed in the wrong direction from an economic stability perspective.
Yeah, it's a good point, Laura, because when it comes to oil, that certainly is the big key focus here right now. Is now that the Houthis are joining on the fray, how does the oil sort of story evolve, right? And is the sort of oil shock that we've been seeing from the Strait of Hormuz about to head west? That's a key question here, because what we have seen here, of course, is the Strait of Hormuz, the effective closure of that. What the Saudis and some of these Gulf nations have done is really redirecting a lot of those flows through this east-west pipeline right here. And what they do is kind of go through what we call this kind of gate of tears, or the El Mantab Strait, I should say. So if the Houthis actually talk about or even look at targeting this key area, this is where you start to see, right, those exports from Saudis via that Yanbu port into the Red Sea. I mean, that has reached, up to 7 million barrels a day. Could this now be the next oil choke point if, in fact, these sort of Yemen-based Houthis are now joining in on this fight here? Just to stress, though, there has been no reports of them attacking this area just of yet, Dave, but certainly there is some concern that, even the alternative routes could lead to more alternative routes, right? Will oil vessels, will tankers have to be redirected away from this area, now away to the Cape of Good Hope through Africa before getting through to their destinations?
Yeah, and I think that some of the early estimates out there, and I think that's good that we point that out, because there have been still no threats on large vessels, but of course markets are an anticipatory group, and we're looking at worst case scenarios, and I think our folks in BI have mapped this out. $15 to $20, I believe, is what they're panning out there in as far as possibly the additional premium to oil prices are concerned. Let's bring in Wrongway, who's with us right now, to talk us through what's at stake here. And, we talked about the potential second choke point that could be in play here. How are energy markets supposed to be looking at this this increased risk right now, Wrongway?
Right, David. So we've seen the market sort of take this news into consideration as we have seen oil prices open higher today. It's a mark of escalation with the Houthis so-called throwing their head into the ring. And of course, a lot of concerns over this because when the Strait of Hormuz was blocked off due to the ongoing Middle East conflict, Saudi Arabia was one, or if not the only Middle East oil producer that has a bit of a safety valve. And in this case, it was the east-west pipeline that Yvonne, you have talked about. So a lot of this crude oil has been diverted via this pipeline and loaded at the port of Yanbu. So, which is why, even though we have seen major disruptions across crude loadings from the Middle East, that was still one of the only safety lifelines. And David, like you mentioned earlier, this pipeline is in full capacity, but do note that it's 7 million barrels a day of capacity. It's probably about half of what Saudi Arabia was exporting before. And now with the Houthis in this situation, there's of course increased risk that any sort of attacks on ships, and similar to what we have seen back in 2023 when the Gaza war broke out and Houthis began attacking Israeli-linked ships. That has caused a lot of panic and concern and has forced a lot of ships to divert away from the Suez and Red Sea and choosing to take the longer route around the Cape of Good Hope instead. And of course, the Yanbu port lies within that region. So if such attacks happen, we are effectively closing off our last, I would say, only open outlet for Middle Eastern oil to flow out.
Yeah, you say a really good point here, right? This is probably the plan B is now becoming a threat. So what does that mean for oil prices moving forward? We already saw that spike up this morning. What are we talking about, a new trading range now for oil prices moving forward?
So even before this news broke out, a lot of banks and analysts were considering scenarios where oil prices could go up to as high as $200 a barrel. And I believe with this weekend's escalations, that scenario is looking a lot more firmer than before. Now, of course, when we talk about this disruption here, potential disruption here at the Red Sea, we do have to bear in mind that the Houthis have not directly declared that they will be doing so, attacking ships ships at the Red Sea, a lot of things are still anticipatory by the market. It's just that that element there is a real risk factor that the market has to consider. And if we look at the ships around in the Red Sea, a lot of ballast tankers are waiting off Yanbu, waiting to load up crude oil. So if any sort of escalations happen there, all these tankers would essentially be stuck as well. It is similar to the situation we are seeing at the Strait of Hormuz. So putting all these in mind, markets are expecting higher prices, but it also depends on how things pan out. Like Lauren has mentioned earlier, when Trump was speaking with reporters on board the Air Force One, there were some hints that potentially we could see some sort of more conclusive, concrete peace deal being done. And of course, traders are keeping their eyes wide open for this. But as of now, we don't have any clear indication of that happening anytime soon.
You know, one of our regular guest, Mukesh Sadev, out of Ex-Analyst, had a quote on this. This would be akin to denying a patient bypass surgery when they're having a heart attack. That would address the heart attack. Laura, just some final thoughts. What do we need to be watching on for next today?
Two key metrics to watch. One, about 3,500 U.S. troops arrived in the region over the weekend. There's still a couple thousand more en route. Once those all get there, what are the positioning of ships? What does that look like? Is there a ground invasion imminent? There were several reports over the weekend. That's coming. Second, does the U.S. send any top diplomats? Does Marco Rubio, does J.D. Vance, does anyone go to the region to have conversations with these intermediaries? That would suggest that peace talks are on have more momentum versus the troops, which would suggest that a military option is more in the offing.
Laura, thank you, Laura Davison. There, our politics editor, also Rongwei Neo, our Asia oil trade reporter, joining us out of Singapore. Coming up, our exclusive conversation with Innovent Biologics after the company posted its first annual profit, plus their outlook when it comes to obesity drugs as well. We're counting down the open of trade in Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Hong Kong. We are going to be bracing for what could be a pretty brutal sell-off here today across the region. Futures are down more than 1%. This is the China Show. Your agenda for Greater China today, we're watching some key technicals. When it comes to Shanghai, the CSI 300 is on the cusp of really kind of around or breaking below that 200-day moving average. And certainly BYD is the one to watch. Is this the one that's going to really take markets lower here, given that we saw the profit plunges that we saw 38% in the fourth quarter. ADRs were down some 9%. So we'll see how that performs in Hong Kong. Reports of, that gate of tears being attacked just of yet. But as you mentioned, that alternative route could be the next sort of thing to watch, right? So they're talking about this oil risk could expand beyond just the Strait of Hormuz to, of course, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And we're talking about 7 million barrels, as Dave mentioned, of Saudi exports through that Red Sea and that Yanbu port that could be at risk now. And does that mean, you got to reroute around Africa, the Cape of Good Hope? And so, maybe $15 to $20 is that added premium that you have to add to the oil price moving forward here. And speaking, just moments ago on board Air Force One, President Trump says Washington could soon strike a deal with Tehran to end this war. Take a listen.
Sir, could you foresee a deal in Iran this upcoming week?
I do see a deal in Iran, yeah.
Mr. President.
Could be soon.
They had offered a 15-point plan to Iran. Did they ever come back?
Yeah, they came back on the 15-point plan. They gave us most of the points.
Let's bring in our next guest. Juan Cole is a Middle East specialist and professor of history at the University of Michigan. Professor, good morning from the Asia Pacific. Thank you for joining us. I know it's getting quite late where you are. I don't know. Like, how big of a problem do you think is this? It's clearly a geopolitical issue. How big of an economic issue do you think this can be?
Well, economists suggest that for every $10 a barrel increase in the price of petroleum, you're shaving a tenth of a point off of world GDP. So we're already up $30 or $40 a barrel over the pre-war price. So that's 4/10 of a point. The United States was only going to grow 0.7% this year. So if it goes up more than this, you could well tip us over into a recession.
And you know, it's different, right? I mean, it's different from what we hear from Liberation Day, where the president can just reverse a tariff rate. You know, in terms of just reviving oil flows back in this market and ending this war seems to be a much more difficult task. With the Houthis now joining in on this conflict, Professor, I wonder, you know, is this conflict now widening? What's at risk of that with the Houthis now joining in?
Well, the Houthis have a peace agreement with the United States, which they say that they're not, at this moment, prepared to violate. They did strike out at Israel, but they say they won't strike the Americans, and they haven't said that they would strike shipping in the Red Sea again, as they did during the Gaza war. So I think they're keeping their powder dry in case the United States does send land forces into Iran or attacks Iran's power plants, as President Trump threatened to do, then the Houthis might swing into action, which would be very bad for the world energy markets, because not only would some shipping of energy now have to go around Africa, but about 7 million barrels a day are being shipped out of the Suez Canal now, or from Yanbu. The Houthis can simply hit Yanbu. They could cut that off.
Professor, do we get to a point where, whether it's geopolitical capital or economic pain, where the White House is forced to back off? And the reason I frame it that way is you look across a lot of EM commentary across the world. The common complaint is, this is not our war, but we are paying for it. And I wonder whether that's alongside what some of the costs to actually mount this military offensive will force the White House to back down. And if it does, is it actually then only their choice, or does it need to get others involved? How deep in a hole are we, is my question.
We're in a very deep hole. I mean, the French are suggesting that as much as 30% of Gulf refinery capacity has been damaged. So you could stop the war tomorrow. You can't get that back suddenly. It's going to take months to repair it. The damage done to the Ras Laffan liquefied natural gas facility, yes, in Qatar. That could take 3 to 5 years to repair, and they knocked out 17% of the capacity. That gas would go to China, to East Asia. So there's a lot of damage to the economy already built in, even if you stop now. You go on another month like this, it's going to be the biggest energy shock the world has ever experienced.
Let's talk about the diplomacy. I mean, there's still some undergoing. I mean, Pakistan certainly seems to have led the fray here in terms of hosting these U.S.-Iran talks. What do we need to see for some sort of deal? I mean, it seems like both sides are quite in opposite ends of the spectrum here right now. What would a deal look like in your eyes?
There's no rapprochement. There's enormous distance between the two sides in how they envisage an end to this war. I think the Iranians have the ace in the hole here. They can sabotage energy exports out of the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz, and they can sabotage energy exports, which are 10 to 15% of the world total, through the Red Sea. So I think they get to decide when this ends. If they feel comfortable that the attacks are over, and they're saying they don't want another situation like last summer when there was a 12-day war, and then the Israelis and the Americans prepared for a further attack, and now they've launched it. They don't want to go through this again next year. So they want a situation in place where they're guaranteed against having their economy destroyed by Israel and the United States at will.
So how does this end?
I think the Israelis and the United States have to stop bombing Iran. And in the aftermath, it is very likely that Iran will have a toll system through the Persian Gulf, so that they're going to be making some extra money off of this for their reconstruction. I don't see a way in which the United States and Israel get out of that.
I mean, the strategic objective of political change is, doesn't necessarily follow, military bombardment. Military bombardment gets you a long way, it doesn't get you all the way. Is some level of boots on the ground, some version of that likely to get that solution through, or is there another? In other words, should markets be prepared for that scenario?
It is very difficult to tell. You see some gray in my hair here. I lived through the Vietnam War, and I remember President Johnson gradually getting pulled into Vietnam and gradually not satisfied with bombing the North and putting ultimately 500,000 troops into the country, and they still couldn't win on the ground. Iran is enormous compared to Vietnam and has much more challenging and rugged geography. I personally don't see a way in which a land invasion of Iran by the United States doesn't end in complete disaster. And it would certainly put off any resolution of the war to where the energy crisis will accelerate.
Juan, we got to leave it there. Thank you so much. Juan Cole there, University of Michigan professor of history, joining us. And coming up, we're going to speak exclusively and talk a little more about earnings away from the geopolitics and speak to Chinese biotech company Hua Medicine about their product pipeline. Plus, we talk strategy with Citi from their macro conference in Hong Kong. Jim McCormick joins us in just a bit. This is Bloomberg. All right, we're talking about Hua Medicine now. Chinese biotech company has reported its full-year earnings results with revenue topping 490 million renminbi. That's up 93% from last year. Its main drug, dorzagliatin, is designed to help repair the body's glucose sensing function, which plays a key role in diabetes management.
Yeah, let's get more. And exclusively joining us is the company Hua Medicine Chief Strategy Officer from San Francisco today, George Lin. George, good morning from the Asia Pacific. Thank you so much for being patient. I know you've been waiting, but let's get straight to this. When do you plan to start marketing in Hong Kong? I believe you just got approval for that.
David, could you repeat that? It was coming in and out. Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, so I was about to say the drug you got approval for here in Hong Kong. When do you expect to start marketing and selling that?
It could be as early as the summer of this year. We're getting our distribution agreement in place. It's exactly the same drug as what is marketed in China, which has been approved since late 2022.
Can you tell us a bit more about this? Is the first year that you did sell dorzagliatin by yourselves instead of relying on a partner. And in effect, it seems like your revenue almost doubled compared to last year. Do you expect that same sort of growth for 2026?
We're expecting a pretty robust growth because we had to start our Salesforce team from one person as of January 1, 2025. We're now up to about 180 people, but there's still many provinces that we have not entered yet. On top of that, a lot of doctors and patients are, using the drug in different ways as, type 2 diabetics will, like combination. As you guys know very well, GLP-1 is very popular, and we recently reported through an independent investigator that did a study in China. The combination actually shows that the combination is superior to either drugs by itself. And so things like that will provide a very nice backwind for us to continue driving growth.
Take your time, though. This is how long I'm taking.
George, I'm wondering if you could provide the markets maybe some rough guidance, maybe some rough projections or specific numbers, if you have them, in terms of how much you plan of this specific drug you sell in China. And if you are able to market here in Hong Kong, how much have you penciled in as far as projections go?
Yeah, Hong Kong, I would say Hong Kong's still a little bit speculative. We're just trying to, get that distribution going. So I'll table that. But China is going to continue to be a huge market. As a publicly listed company, we don't give guidelines, but we've actually done something very interesting, which is taking a page off of Elon Musk, for example, for, in our incentive plan. Our actual team has basically agreed with our board that if we hit 1.3 billion renminbi in sales for 2027, then our options will vest. If we don't hit that, then actually our options won't vest. So I think that's not necessarily a guideline that I'm giving you, but it's actually publicly announced. And that you can kind of get a sense of our confidence level of how much we're going to grow by 2027.
Yeah, and there's so much that's changing with these weight loss drugs, right? When we were just talking to a previous guest in the biotech sector about this patent for one of the ingredients that goes into Ozempic does expire in China, also in India, Canada as well. Analysts are all expecting that a lot of these generics are going to come into this market pretty soon. Does that change how you kind of look at this drug and how to commercialize your own sort of drugs here and the strategy moving forward?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and the answer is actually quite clinical. Is if you're obese and you're type 2 diabetic, you're probably not going to take our drug, right? Because there's GLP-1. Our drug actually does not induce weight loss, but there's about 580 million type 2 diabetics globally, 130 million in China, and a lot of the diabetics, especially in China, are not obese. So you wouldn't necessarily want those side effects or to lose any weight. And so those are the population that we're taking. Now, having said that, generic is going to increase accessibility and affordability in China and India. Semaglutide is the drug you're talking about, which is Novo's drug, GLP-1. That drug has gone generic in China and India as of this year. And as a result, that's going to drive prices down across all of that class, not just semaglutide, but actually any GLP-1, right? The National Reimbursement List Board will be able to have that leverage. That's going to increase accessibility and affordability. And the beauty of that for us is, like I mentioned earlier, an independent investigator actually conducted studies in China of the combination of our drug with semaglutide and showed an improvement from about 75% response rate monotherapy of semaglutide, GLP-1, to almost 100% with our drug. And increased weight loss and reduction of glucose level, and also a smaller waist circumference. So these are like, it almost super induces. Imagine a black coffee and now you get like, a cafe latte by adding our drug. And the reduced price doesn't, at the end of the day, net, right, it doesn't really affect the patient because most of these drugs are actually reimbursed when they're generic anyways, and then our drug is reimbursed, and so the reduced price and the combination ends up kind of being net the same as monotherapy before it went generic.
That's a good reminder to short the belt makers. Beyond Hong Kong, which I guess you're in the very early stages of planning as well. Are you looking at other markets in the region for this drug, specifically Southeast Asia, South Asia? Take us through your expansion plans beyond just this year.
Yeah, our first generation drug, dorzagliatin, as I mentioned, received approval in Hong Kong, and so we're going to launch that this year. We've submitted our application to Macau, so waiting for that to be formally approved. And then we'll probably also increase in Southeast Asia with our dorzagliatin, which is administered twice a day orally. It's a chemical drug that we in-license from Roche. We do have a second generation drug where the patent goes out to the 2040s, and instead of twice a day, it's once a day. And we're actually doing clinical trials in the United States now, testing effectively for a maximum tolerated dose to increase the efficacy in glucose reduction, but also increase GLP-1 secretion in your body that's endogenous, as opposed to the exogenous GLP-1s that you see currently on the market that actually has a lot of associated side effects. So in the future, the international expansion to the Western world will be with the second generation. We're expecting that data to post probably in the middle of the year. And on the back of that data, we would go out and talk to international partners to embark on pretty large-scale global trials for that.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about this second-generation diabetes drug that you are currently testing, George, and also seeking for maybe some potential deal to develop it outside of China here right now. Any updates you can give us? Any sort of future collaborations?
Yvonne, I'm sorry. You're kind of breaking in and out. Could you just repeat that again?
Oh, yeah, I was going to talk about that second-generation diabetes drug that you are testing. I believe you're also looking for some potential deals to develop it outside of China. Can you give us any update on any future partnerships?
Well, it's taken us a while, actually, to do the phase 1, and that's because we've been receiving a lot of very welcomed input from global pharmaceutical as to what the current phase 1 that we're running should look like and what kind of biomarkers they're looking for that. So as I mentioned, until we get those results, probably by the middle of 2026, there's really no progress that we can report right now. There's a lot of big pharmas that are looking at this specific drug because it is a global only in class, and that's very different from what you're seeing in the diabetes and obesity space.
George, thank you so much. Let's speak again soon. Let us know when you're here in town. George Lin there, Chief Strategy Officer at Hua Medicine. A quick glance at markets, and we'll talk more about the big stories coming up next. This is Bloomberg. Right, we're just approaching the lunch break over in Tokyo, and we're also just approaching the latter part. I mean, we're about to wrap up March, which has really been terrible, and really what an end to the month it's been. More on the markets coming up next, plus some intervention risk in Japan is propping up? Question mark.
Economists suggest that for every $10 a barrel increase in the price of petroleum, you're shaving a tenth of a point off of world GDP. So we're already up $30 or $40 a barrel over the pre-war price. So that's 4/10 of a point. The United States was only going to grow 0.7% this year. So if it goes up more than this, you could well tip us over into a recession.
I think what the Fed's dealing with right now is the triple whammy of deportations, tariffs, and now the war. And so that just adds to the uncertainty the economy was already facing. You know, it's amazing. The U.S. economy has been very resilient, but it's showing real signs of fragility right now, and so the Fed's very worried.
Some more insights from our guests there and the impact of this escalating war in Iran. As you see, right, $116 Brent this morning as we wake up on this Monday morning with, the conflict still in some ways widening with the Houthis' entry into the situation certainly does complicate things a bit. That's why you are seeing equities falling out of bed in Tokyo as we approach that lunch break now. We're down 4.5% for the Nikkei here and 159.84. So the yen is strengthening of late after we heard from officials with some verbal intervention, right? So bold action may be needed if this situation continues. You do see JGBs kind of following Treasury yields a bit lower here this morning as well, Dave.
It does seem that 160 handle was an itch that needed to be scratched.
Yes.
Somewhat, and that's not a normal move, right? 2,500 points to the downside on the Nikkei 225. That's really pulling down the benchmark. We're now down 12.5% on the Asian benchmark, specifically from the very top. Let's have a look at how we're doing across the region, across sectors, and the snapshot of these markets, including where you are on the US dollar. And, we are moving into the time of the year when most in the world, it should be spring, it should be sun and rest and relaxation. The SNR has become stagflation and recession, really, to replace those two things. And will the PMIs this week that come out reflect this initial worry across these markets. The first set of soft numbers are due out. This will reflect March, where we've been caught, of course, in the war for all of March so far. The estimates so far are holding up, and I wonder whether or not we will see these downgraded somewhat as we go into the thick of things. But yes, lots to consider on the macro.
Yeah, it's not just the March-April data that's underway. It's also the earnings that we might be hearing, and what we're hearing from CEOs about what they're saying about the impact this Iran war might have, right? And it's perfect timing to really hold a conference. The City Hong Kong Macro Conference is underway with leading economists, policymakers, and strategists discussing global developments. Joining us now from the event is Jim McCormick, Citi's head of macro strategy. Jim, it's great to have you in town. Just tell us what it's like there at the conference. I'm sure Iran has dominated a lot of the discussions here. What are the panels? What are people talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's early days in terms of the conference, but I mean, the first session, which I hosted, was all about Fed policy and how the Iran conflict impacts it. And I think the clear message here is it's going to be a very difficult time for central banks, because we're talking about a genuine stagflationary event, which is going to be very likely to be much weaker growth, but also potentially much higher inflation.
And reaction function across central banks, is it, we're now about 4 weeks into this, 5 weeks now if you consider Monday. Do we have a better sense of how they will likely react on the monetary policy front, Jim?
Yeah, I think last week was a pretty important one, because if you look at the interest rate markets, the initial instinct was to think that this was going to be a significant new round of tightening, more outside the U.S. than inside the U.S. But last week, you did start to get a little bit of pushback. So ECB is telling you they have time to wait and see. Bank of England said the same thing. So we finally started to see a little bit of the pressure come off of the front end of rates curves. So central banks are telling you they just need to wait and see.
How do you see it in this part of the world? I mean, it seems like Asia is taking it the hardest in some way, given that, much of this region are energy importers. Do you think, can they afford to hike rates here to fight off inflation at a time when there is concerns of demand destruction?
Yeah, I mean, Asia, I certainly would not want to be a central banker, and I think what we're seeing so far is probably the right mix, which is you're not hearing especially hawkish talk from central banks. So Bank of Japan, who probably should have been hiking even before, doesn't seem to be in an urgent hurry to hike rates again. And what you're getting, I think, is more and more suggestion that the support is going to come from fiscal policy. So probably less tightening than the market expected early on, and a lot more support coming from fiscal policy, which to me means that we should have steeper curves globally, including in Asia.
And we've seen the opposite. We've seen yield curves flatten. I think we've gone from 140 basis points to about 100 on, I think, the 2s and 30s in the U.S. Is it time to be putting in those steepener trades at this point? And what do you think about current absolute levels in yields? Have they priced in, you think, what we know, or are they too low?
I think it's getting into a lot into finance, and I asked for a war update, and it gave a perspective on it. But what it told me was that it's an evolving situation. There's always something new. And the thing it's hard to manage is Western media. So many of the things we define and talk about anecdotally like they are clearly defined are truly amorphous when you look at them. What is Western media? What does that even mean? Like, based on how they describe it, there are no reputable news sources, period. That every time a news source says something and it doesn't get the whole story, it's Western media. And that's why I'm like, well, what am I supposed to even follow or listen to understand what's going on if nobody is giving you real information? And because of how compromised the fourth estate is, and how compromised the government is, misinformation is demonstrably worse in this scenario. There was misinformation during the Iraq War. There was misinformation during Vietnam. There was misinformation. The government has always had to, but this is to me patently different, where it's either 6 soldiers or 600. And we really don't know. Like, we really don't know what's happening over there. And I'm seeing way too many people on social media with reports that they swear up and down are from reputable sources, but I don't know. I can't tell by looking at a video of anything, my own self, if what I'm looking at isn't 20 years old. You know what I mean? It's a building that's devastated by war from a region of the world that has seen all that shit for 20, 30, 40 years. I don't know what I'm looking at a lot, and people be out there lying, So I'm trying to find information that is actually legit. And I get some hits every once in a while, like check out this, check out that. But we live in this weird chat room world where we demand everybody know this, that, and the third. But the moment somebody asks a question, you're like, Google it. And it's like, wait, I thought we weren't Googling it no more. So slowly but surely, I'll figure out the best source sites on YouTube to show information that is valuable and truthful. But it's slow going because I'm dealing with millennials who think the internet's a real place. And that's part of how we got in this mess. I think like the powers that be created a generation they could beat up. I hate to break it to you, but I think that's what they did. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break and come back, and we're gonna real quick. This update, I play a command mission now with the cyborgs on one of my planets. Cyborgs are a higher difficulty, but the spawn rate on that was idiotic, and plus the detection rate don't make any sense. So they gotta fix some shit on that. Like the way the cyborgs behave doesn't fit into to the way the game's supposed to. That was dumb. 5, 8 cyborgs flying out of nowhere, feeding across the map. No, that was stupid. On level 3 difficulty, casual difficulty, that's fucking idiotic. Like that was, I hope that's not what they designed, because that was fucking dumb. All right. Sorry about cursing, but that was irritating as shit. All right. Break time. Because that sucked. I'm trying to watch the news. Fucking cyborgs come out of nowhere with some dumb shit. Well, I forgot to do that. All right. Come on. Let's do that then. the door. I got two of y'all in there. I'm gonna close the door. I'm gonna close the door. No, but I'm gonna close the door. I'm on a break from my live stream. I want to close the door. If I close it, y'all gonna be in there whining and bitching and stuff. Why don't you come out there? Come on. I'm not giving y'all treats. Y'all just got treats. You're gonna come because I asked you to. Because I asked them to.
Oh, that's fine.
That's fine. Another response. I got one holdout. Come on. Oh, there she go. I'm the dude. How long was I? Well, we got, what do we got here? Okay. Hello. Mike. Okay, so we got a little bit of video left. 13. Probably enough to do some stuff. We're gonna switch to the main topic. If you watch the AM recreational run, you know I will play some Heather Clock Richardson videos here and there. Also have something from Associated Press, and then a couple of House speeches on the SAVE Act. This one from Senator Dave McCormick, I don't know what to expect, so we'll see. But I'm going to finish with Raphael Warnock talking about the SAVE Act, give us a quick update, see what we're talking about now. As far as I know, the filibuster is still in place, so like, if it gets out of hand, the filibuster is going to make this a non-issue. So it feels like if everything is in position, the Democrats are trying to milk this for campaign money, and that sucks. I just need a whole lot less of that level of horse shit. If I'm being honest, I don't particularly care for it. Because it's not honest. And the Democrats have enjoyed somehow being good guys by default for too long. And so I'm just over that. And so if the filibuster is going to kill this thing, and we need to preserve the filibuster to kill this thing, then they need to come out and just do the work. And instead of that, I'm getting text messages talking about they dispatched SAVE Act, and it's like, that sounds like some Benjamin Netanyahu shit. Like, I'm over that. I'm over that. All right, so let's see here. I need maybe this one. All right, let's see if that does it. I lost my icon. That's the companion. That's the mob manager. I lost my icon for the game. I changed around some stuff, so I'm not sure what monitor I'm about to pop up on. We shall see. But I think I'm playing on Xbox. I'm playing on PC now, so I won't have as much control over the video while I'm actually in the game playing. So I'm probably just going to go ahead and get her started
with something I've talked about a lot before, and that's what is euphemistically known as the Save America Act. I don't know about you, but I am flooded now on Facebook with right-wing material. And that right-wing material says, why are the Democrats so upset about this? They're just asking for an ID, and you have to have an ID to buy liquor, and you have to have an ID to get on a plane. Why is this such a problem? That's completely a misrepresentation of what the SAVE Act does. In fact, you do have to have ID to vote in order to register to vote, and in order certainly to get a mail-in ballot, and then to have that vote counted. All of those things are checked against identification, but it is identification by state. So different states have different requirements. Now, just to give you a little bit of history here, back in the 1980s, I think it was, the Democrats did, in fact, call for a national ID, the way many countries have national IDs. And the Republicans shot that down with the idea that that was much too invasive an action for the federal government to do. So the United States does not have a federal ID. What the SAVE Act does is it requires, and mind you, right now it's just a measure. There's a measure that's passed the House of Representatives, and Donald Trump wants a much stronger measure to pass the Senate. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a second. But what Trump wants is that not to register to vote, you don't simply need to have identification proving who you are, but you need to have either your birth certificate, and it needs to match your name now. So there go transgender Americans, and there go any women who change their names during marriage, or anybody else who changed their name as an older person. You either have to have a birth certificate or you have to have a passport. And now Trump even wants to say, in order to vote, you have to have those things. Now, what's funny about this, I was saying the other day, is I actually can put my hands on both my passport and my birth certificate. But I'll tell you, it was not easy to get to a place in my life where I could do those things. Because if you don't have your passport in hand, as I did not, you have to order it from there's a number of places you can order it from, but it takes a long time and it's expensive. And similarly, a passport takes a long time and is expensive. So what Trump is trying to do with the SAVE Act is not to make sure only documented American citizens vote. In fact, the Heritage Institute itself, which is a right-wing institution, they're the people who were behind Project 2025, admitted that over this extraordinary period of time, I think it was 1.5 billion votes were cast, and only 15 of them appeared to have been cast by people who were undocumented. So the ratio of this happening is incredibly rare. Don't quote me on those particular numbers. I have cited them a number of times in writing, and you can find those numbers at the Brennan Center, which follows the issue of voting safety very, very closely. That's what they do. But what they're really trying to do is to keep down the number of people who vote. And this is interesting because it's sort of a commonplace belief among historians and political scientists and elected officials that the more people who vote, the better it is for Democrats. And while that is true, and I would subscribe to that, it's not clear that getting rid of essentially women voting, or people who don't have birth certificates and or passports would actually help the Republicans, because those documents are much harder to obtain in rural areas than they are in urban areas. So Trump somehow believes that this is going to be the answer to his problems in the upcoming election. And one of the things that you're seeing here is that the House passed a watered-down version of this. You had to have those documents in order to register to vote, but not actually to vote. Trump wants the Senate to pass something much more strongly. That, in fact, the Republicans in the Senate do not have 50 votes. They don't have a majority on that issue. And they certainly don't have the 60 votes they would need to get it through a filibuster. So what Trump has done is he's putting extraordinary pressure on the Senate Majority Leader. That's the leader of the entire Senate, but it's the Senate Majority Leader comes from the party that has the majority of the seats in the Senate, same as true of the House Speaker, of course. And the Senate Majority Leader, who is John Thune, a Republican of South Dakota. And by the way, every time I write his name in a letter, I say he's from South Carolina. That is muscle memory, because I have written so much in my life about South Carolina. I know he's from South Dakota quite well, actually, because I wrote a book about South Dakota as well, but it just doesn't come up as much. He's from South Dakota. He has said he's not going to push this bill through because he doesn't have the votes. And Trump is pushing him to get rid of the filibuster in order to do it. Now, the filibuster is really simple, and people get all tied up in knots about the filibuster. Where does it come from? Why is it there? And so on. And I'm going to tell you about it once again. The filibuster just reflects the fact that the Senate never came up with a rule to make people stop talking. That's it. So if you're trying to get a bill through, you can have people just talking. In the House, that used to be the case, but in the early 1800s, there were so many people in the House, they felt like they were never going to get down to business. So they got rid of the ability to talk. You actually can stop debate in the House pretty easily. So they never got to the problem that the Senate has, which is the filibuster. All the filibuster is somebody who doesn't like a bill says, I'm not going to stop talking. I'm not going to let this go to a vote. So the Senate did come up with a way to shut people up. It's called cloture. But in order to get to that point, you have to have 60 members of the Senate say, no, we're done. We want everyone to shut up so we can vote. And that has become basically under former Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who was desperate to stop President Barack Obama from getting any rules through. That has become this extraordinary weapon in the Senate to stop Democrats essentially from getting any laws they want through, which is, you know, the Republicans used it when they were in the minority. Now, in this case, the Democrats are saying, there's no way we're going to let that through. So one of the things that happened today was that John Thune, Senator John Thune from South Dakota, said what he's going to do in order to keep Trump and MAGA Republicans happy is he's going to have what they're calling a marathon session, where they're going to try and force the Democrats to defend why they don't want the SAVE Act to go through. And it's honestly, it's kind of stupid. This is a messaging thing. But as I say, you know, when you hear, well, the Democrats don't want identification, then it sounds terrible, right? But that's crap. There is already identification on board for registering to vote and for voting, but it's done by the states. And again, that can often be a form of repression as well. I've told you about one state that said you could use your hunting and fishing license, but not your student ID in order to vote or to register to vote. And so what they're really trying to do here is to make sure that women who tend to vote Democratic and that people who can't line up their birth certificates with their names, that's women, or people who don't have passports won't be able to vote, with the expectation that if you get rid of that and that if you get rid of mail-in voting, that you will get rid of Democratic voters. Now, again, lots of work being done on that. In the past, mail-in voting was overwhelmingly Republican. Then in 2020, Trump told all the Republicans not to use it, even though he uses it. And so I don't actually know right now which party that favors. But in a democracy, you should want people to vote. You shouldn't want them not to vote. And if your strategy for winning an election is trying to stop people from voting, you have an issue, right? All right, so that's the SAVE Act. You keep asking me, should you be concerned? 100%. Make sure you and your friends are registered, because they're knocking people off registrations right and left. I'm not that concerned that the SAVE Act is going to pass, because it would take destroying the filibuster in the Senate, which, by the way, would be quite easy to do. And I've talked before about how you do that. It's a procedural vote. It's a very easy one. But neither party really wants to give it up, as divided as the country is right now, because it's your only protection for the Republicans. It's the only way they can stop Democrats from doing things like putting through common sense gun safety legislation. For the Democrats, it's the only thing that they've got that will enable them to do things like making sure people don't lose the right to vote. So you're worried a lot about the SAVE Act. I'm not sure you definitely need to worry about registration and making sure other people are registered and so on. Probably not time to lose sleep over the SAVE Act, but keep speaking up about it and saying how much you don't want it. Somebody asked, I'm sorry, I'm just seeing it here on my notes, about why Texas's Senator Cornyn has said he would support ending the filibuster to get the SAVE Act through. The answer to that is he is desperate for Trump's endorsement
on his ass
in his Senate challenge to Ken Paxton, who are both running. Ken Paxton is trying to primary him from the right. And Paxton is, the problem with primaries is that they're the most extremist voters on both sides who turn out. And it looks like Paxton is running ahead of Cornyn there. And Cornyn is desperately trying to get Trump's endorsement in that race. So they're still trying to think that having Trump on their side matters. And it's important to remember that when you say that, I think at this point it's not even ideological for someone like Cornyn, and it's not necessarily about the voters. What Trump's got, and got a lot of, is money. and money that, not from he's not going to put his money into this, but money from donors. And those donors and the war chest that Trump and the Republicans have, which is at Trump's disposal, is going to mean the difference between a winning campaign and a failing campaign. And so I think what they're doing right now is just trying to keep that money coming in behind them because they feel they need to have Trump to do that. But again, in this moment, we look very much like the 1850s, the 1890s, and the 1930s. And in this moment, in those times, the money was there on the side of those people who were trying to destroy democracy, but the American people showed up and their votes took over. So if you look at all of the special elections that have been held, not all of them, virtually all the ones that have been held since Trump took office, the Democrats are winning by double-digit margins. So they're showing up and they're making a real difference. So don't utterly despair in this moment. This is the moment when, I talked the other day about keep driving. It's really tempting to take your hands off the wheel right now and just put your head in your hands and say, I've got to take a break from this. I've got to be done. I'm sorry, taking a break is fine. Being done is not. But now is the time not to stop driving because right now, the fate of a lot of people, including the United States, hangs on what we do in this minute. And never forget how many more of us there are of the MAGAs who are, many of whom are now, many of, not MAGAs, but many of Trump voters from 2024, 20% of young people and of Hispanics have turned against Trump now. And, if that election, if those numbers had held back in 2024, he would not have been elected. So we're not done yet.
Okay.
Anytime you promise something you can't possibly deliver, you have to be held accountable, to be honest with you. There was no path for the SAVE Act in its current form. I support voter ID. I've got voter ID bills with my signature on it as Speaker of the House. It was a priority for me. But this bill is not ready for prime time. It doesn't address absentee ballot voting in a way that many Republican states would like for it to.
I'm telling you, the SAVE Act is not going to pass currently. They have to change the rules of the Senate for that to happen.
There's nothing in there that's going to help get the Save America Act passed, right? I mean, we're busting our butt to do what the public wants us to do. We've got to secure our elections. We need to secure a border. We need to get criminals out of our country. We got to secure our elections. We got to do all those things together.
I'm open to every means available to us to make sure that our elections are secure. And so if that takes the shape of reconciliation, that's an option. But I think we need to spend the requisite time on it to get it done.
This has gone on between the SAVE Act and the shutdown at DHS. We're going into well over a month, and we're stuck. I mean, we're talking over each other. It looks like a circus without a tent. It looks like the Hindenburg ran into the Titanic. I mean, we're not making progress here.
Mr. President.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
Mr. President, I rise today in support of the Save America Act. I've heard a lot of hysteria, hyperbole, and sadly, falsehoods about this bill, which have created a good deal of confusion. And frankly, a lot of the issues have become muddled. I think we've lost sight of what we're really debating in this chamber. So today I'd like to dispel a few myths about the Save America Act and address the legitimate questions raised or voiced by some of my colleagues. But first, I want to make sure we all understand how important this issue really is. Mr. President, I consider myself uniquely qualified when I say that every vote matters. In 2022, I lost my first statewide election in Pennsylvania by 950 votes. That's 14 votes per county. I won my second election in 2024 by 15,000 votes of over 7 million cast. These incredibly narrow races, each of which had electoral issues of their own, show just how important it is that our elections run smoothly, fairly, and only legitimate votes are counted. And right now, we must not pretend that all elections in America meet this important standard. Just last year, in my home state of Pennsylvania, Chester County officials mistakenly omitted 70,000 third-party votes from the voter rolls. Registered voters were turned away at the polls, and an unknown number of unverified voters were cast regular ballots. Every single time Americans hear about election problems like Chester County, they rightly question the integrity of our electoral process. It should come as no surprise to us that according to a recent Scripps and Ipsos poll, more than half of Americans, are concerned about non-citizens voting, and more than half fear electoral fraud. The bottom line is we cannot stand in this chamber and claim there is not a problem. There is a problem, and the people who put us here agree. Colleagues, we have a duty to root out the source of this distrust and restore the integrity of our democratic process. As we celebrate America's 250th anniversary, we must not put to chance what John Adams called, and I quote, the primary right by which all other rights are protected, end quote. And that is why I support Senator Lee's Save America Act. This bill will not fix every issue with our elections, but it does three critical things. First, it prevents non-citizens from voting by requiring people to show proof of citizenship when registering to vote, and to show a government-issued photo ID when casting a ballot. Second, it directs the states to remove non-citizens from their voter rolls by mandating regular reviews of those lists.
None of that is necessary.
The abilities
those are
and the
problems
tools to
that aren't
accomplish
even issues.
this critical
They're
task.
creating problems that don't.
And finally,
there's a
it improves
for this.
accountability by strengthening the
shit.
enforcement of the current law and imposing penalties on election officials who violate the law by registering non-citizens to vote. Now, the requirements for voter ID and proof of citizenship in particular have been twisted and misrepresented. Let me set...
Okay, real quick. He's full of shit. This guy, Dave McCormick, is full of shit. Non-citizens voting in the United States is a low percentile over the course of like 3 decades. Like if there's 100 cases, it's probably like more like 6 or something. So this whole idea of keeping non-citizens from voting is a dog whistle that is completely racist. There is no basis in reality of that being a problem at all in this country. And so that percentage of 71% Democrats and 95% Republicans, that's people who answer their phone or are on Facebook and it says, do you think people should be able to it asks a loaded question in a way that creates this narrative. But I promise you, there is no problem in America of non-citizens voting. It does not exist. The SAVE Act is going to prevent women from voting and others from voting by creating what is basically a poll tax. This guy is a piece of shit. Sorry, I'm stuck on.
The record straight. Federal law mandates that only U.S. citizens may vote. However, under the Supreme Court's interpretation, voters are not required to show proof of citizenship. The risk is clear. According to the Department of Homeland Security, over 10 million illegal immigrants entered our country during the last administration, and a total of at least 22 million non-citizens reside in the United States.
You hear that? The risk is clear. That's very precise wording. He's saying the risk. which means there's a threat there. He's not telling you that the threat is completely bogus and there is no actual data to support what he's saying, but based on a technicality, there's a risk. So what he's basically doing is the Ben Affleck Batman thing where a slight chance, whatever. And I thought that was a shitty writing thing anyway in that movie. He is, what's what we're looking for? Oh man, it's Dick Hole is too easy. Basically, he's dog whistling. I wish there's a more eloquent way to say that, but yeah, this whole idea that hold on. This whole idea that he can't
In 19 states, non-citizens can obtain a driver's license and in some cases, that driver's license automatically registers them to vote. This is an unacceptable vulnerability in our election integrity. And for that reason, it's now incumbent on Congress to close the loophole. We must secure the fundamental principle that voting is a right reserved only for American citizens. The Save America Act also requires voters to show a government ID when casting a ballot. Now, I've heard some claim this is too high a barrier. Let's be serious. We ask Americans to show an ID to buy a beer, to board a plane, to donate blood, to apply for benefits.
I'm gonna stop his stupid ass again, because you have to show ID to vote. That's he's making it seem like you can just walk up and say, my name is Bob and I'm here to vote. That is not the case. He's completely making bullshit up. He's completely fucking lying in the halls of Congress. When you go to vote, you have to show ID. That you do have to show ID. That's why non-citizens can't vote, because you have to show ID to vote. They are arguing that the ID we're showing isn't enough, that we need to show even more. A passport, like the first video said, a passport or other stuff. A passport costs, and any kind of impairment, access to voting is unconstitutional. He said voting is a right, not a privilege. He is wrong. Voting is a privilege. It is something that every American should just have. And there should be no impediment to voting. As a matter of fact, if we're being honest, voting should be mandatory. Voting should be mandatory. On election day, we should have like Super Bowl Sunday. It is shameful that we have Super Bowl Sunday, but not election day, where it's a big deal and we barbecue and shit. Like, there should be no work, and everyone who is of age should vote. Like, and it should be mandatory. It should be mandatory. You should have to vote. You should know you have to vote. Like April 15th and taxes and stuff. You should know you have to vote. You should know it's coming. You should be like, damn, I gotta vote. Like the census. It should be mandatory. There should be some kind of penalty for not voting. Swear, straight up. Like, we should have a voter turnout that's closer to the number of people in our electorate. We got ants because not enough people in general vote, and a small sample size of lunatics were able to affect the entirety of the country and put a dipshit, an orange dipshit, in the White House. But honestly speaking, if it were to me, I would make us vote. I'm not saying at gunpoint or nothing, but yeah, it would be expected. It would be mandatory. It would be a part of your requirements as a citizen to vote. And it wouldn't be something you paid for, and you'd have to show your driver's license or your high school or your college ID, whatever. This you. Yep. I think they should make everybody vote, and it frustrates me that our two major political parties are both really keen on picking and choosing who gets who votes and who doesn't. I'm gonna let this asshole finish, though. He's got 6 more minutes to embarrass himself.
To even get married. But when it comes to electing leaders who decide the direction of our country, write our laws, and command our armed forces, no ID is required. This
dickwad just said no ID is required. Pete Hegseth didn't even have to have a competent resume. Some other jabroni just picked him. What's he talking about? What is he talking about?
Is absolutely absurd. Now, many on the left look at our electoral system and they say there's nothing to see here. No issue. No problem. But that's what they said about wide open borders. That's what they said about censoring conservatives online.
You came in here.
That's what they said about the botched Afghanistan withdrawal. And that's what they said about President Biden's cognitive decline. They were wrong on all of those things. And they are wrong on this too. And
they were not wrong on any of those things. Talk about cognitive decline. I will take Slow Joe right now. If Joe Biden would have ran for re-election and won, I'm happy. Because one, Kamala Harris still vice president, and who do you want? Who do you want? Donald Trump's supposed to have a frontal brain disintegration in like 2.5 months or whatever, and be out of our hair forever. So who do you want as Tito? Is it the couch banger with the eyeliner? He don't even want him. Or is it Kamala who should be president right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to be honest. I keep thinking about this. I was walking down the street in San Jose. It was probably 2013, 2014 or so. I was talking to these two cats, and they were running. Jon Stewart had already begged that orange Indian to run. He said, please run. It's going to be so awesome. As he tipped his cap and fucking scurried away. And the people on the dais at the time were Kamala, Pete Buttigieg, and a few others. And I am still a Buttigieg guy. I felt like looking at the entire dais, that was the guy I wanted. If you're picking him, wasn't super keen on Kamala at the time. Like, I felt like she was an unknown to me. That was the only issue. Like, I don't really know much about her. And it made me weirded out because I'm in California and she's district attorney and I don't really know much about her. You know, at that time, I'm like, you know? And I want Buttigieg. That's who I want to be president 2013, 2014, Walker Street in San Jose. I don't want Joe Biden. I never did. There's a biopic kind of movie about the Clarence Thomas hearing. And he was Barack's safe pick to get to the White House because you needed the vote, you know. But I never hated Joe Biden. Truth be told, what it came down to, and what it's always come down to, since I looked at the Republican dais and said, wow, Bob Dole really sucks. And he's old. And he's the best they could do. And looking at the next dudes in line, there's just nothing. There's no one they could get elected on a national level. I'm talking about Bob Dole, who is, I think, dead now. Wheelchair Bob Dole. When he was running, I was like, the Republicans don't have anybody to run. They can't win a national election. They can't. I felt like that watching Bob Dole. And remember, Bush Jr. lost the popular vote and stole the election in Florida. The Republicans haven't had a worthwhile candidate in decades. In decades. They sucked for a long time. And so I felt like it didn't really matter who Democrats put up because most of the people they put up could do the job, were fine, including Joe Biden. He's fine. He can be president. Like, it's not like he sucks. Like, he wasn't Bob Dole. He wasn't any of the people, Marco Rubio. He wasn't any people the GOP put up. He just wasn't the guy I would want if I could pick anybody. But he was fine. Joe Biden's fine, you know. And I think that's the part that really burns me now is they knew, reading the tea leaves, that they were going to lose. But they had to lose in a way to follow Orban's playbook. They had to come back strong. And if they lose to Buttigieg, they can't come back and win on re-election. They can't tank the country so badly and blame it on Buttigieg in a way that people would believe it. They could have done it to Kamala, maybe. But I think they were like, we need Joe. We need to beat Joe, but we need Joe Biden to win, and then we need to come back strong and beat him because we can lay everything at his feet because he's older. I think they were looking at the years. I think when Donald Trump said, that's who I want to run against, that's the moment George Clooney writes the letter and says, Joe Biden, go sit down someplace. Because why would you give the opponent what they want if they're calling for it? Like, if they're all picking their opponents, and I'm like, I want that guy right there. Why? And why would I then go, yeah, hell no. Like the most disappointing thing about Democrats is there's no strategy because they use their good guy persona as a cover for being completely like in it for themselves. That's why they are undercutting themselves in elections and they end up losing because they split the vote. Because you think that they're communicating and organizing, and you find out that they're not. That they're easily divided by different PACs and money because at the end of the day, the goodness is a cover for too many of them. It's just a cover. And secretly they're filling their pockets. And if that's what's happening, then you're not going to get any... That's how you get this level of absolute horseshit. This man has sit there for 6 minutes and not said a single solitary true thing with a shit-eating grin on his face. I just feel like I told these guys, I said, look, Joe Biden's it's not my guy. He can't be my guy. I think Buttigieg is the only way to put together. You need 8 years. You need 8 years to get that democratic boost of the economy. You need 8 years of the changes necessary. And I feel like they call it Project 2025, but those guys were working on that kind of shit long before then. I think the presidency fell in their lap because the night Trump won, he thought he was going to lose. I think he didn't know for a fact that Paul Manafort had made a deal with the Russians. I think he didn't actually know that they had, plausible deniability or whatever. He didn't know that they did that, but they did that. And so he has been hanging on for dear life, following Viktor Orban's playbook. And their whole goal has been to look the part. And the only saving grace is looking the part looks like this idiot here who has been lying for 6 minutes and 22 seconds.
And they are out of step with the country. Americans of all political persuasions have supported tighter election laws for decades. In 2005, former President Jimmy Carter, a Democrat, joined former Secretary of State Jim Baker, a Republican, to form a commission on election integrity. They identified voter ID laws as the single most important reform that was needed 20 years ago. A vast majority of the American people agree.
He doesn't go into detail. Folded money. That's not the argument they were making.
As we see here on a poll from the Pew Research Center, 95% of Republicans and 71% of Democrats polled all support voter ID. My friends, if an 80-20 issue such as this cannot get 60 votes in this 100-person chamber, something is amiss.
Remember this too. He is technically not lying to us. He's technically lying to the other senators in that room. And that's what makes it so insidious, because he is performing for the White House. Remember, like, he's an idiot. He's a fuckboy who the rich people thought looked the part. So they paid him a bunch of money to run. And he just raises money for them and the party all year long. And legislation and stuff, he just does what he's told. He's a show pony. He's not a statesman. He's not a legislator. He is an American politician. So he has all these people around him who went to college to learn about government and stuff. They are the ones who research and learn and all that stuff, and they tell him what to say and what to do. That's kind of how that works. He is an empty-headed numbskull who does what he's told. Smart people are typically ethical. So if you meet someone who is unscrupulous and unethical, like the John Mark Wayne guy, yeah, they're dumb. It takes stupidity to be unethical. You kind of have to be stupid, you know? So this is not a smart guy, right? He's being dishonest, but he's being dishonest in a performative way for the White House. They know they can't pass the SAVE Act. They know they can't. Republicans know they can't. It would devastate them. It's a numbers game, remember? So any wound they inflict like this, they have to inflict it to everybody. And so those Republicans are also going to be overwhelmingly disenfranchised. The truth is, this bill will disenfranchise people. And it will disenfranchise people because it will require them to meet an economic standard that they can't meet. Who is the biggest block on welfare? Republicans. So who is the biggest bloc that's going to be affected by a poll tax? Republicans. The only reason the White House wants this to go through is because they can control the elections, and then they don't care who votes. Remember that. They don't care who votes. They're going to rig it all. They're going to, you know what I mean? They're just going to, you know, so yeah, this guy is talking to a room full of people who also have handlers, who are also being told the actual information, who know the actual statistics, who know this stuff. They know better. That's why they're so fucking evil, because they know better. You know what I mean? So he's not even talking to us. He's barely talking to the people in that room. He is playing politics for the White House. That's it. This is all this for. He's scoring points for daddy.
Now, some of my colleagues have raised concerns regarding voter suppression. They warn that many U.S. citizens do not have a hard copy proving their citizenship. The Save America Act directly addresses this concern. It puts in place alternate documentation options, state verification processes, and other protections that will ensure citizens are not disenfranchised. I also hear some of
what he's not saying there is that's a redundancy, because those aspects are already in place now. See what I'm saying? Like, remember, he started this thing off saying people who don't belong to this country are voting, which is not true. It's a total lie. So when you create this extra barrier to keep people out who aren't even trying to get in, you're probably going to end up trampling over whatever rules are already there. And that's exactly what happened. By forcing people to get passports and all this other stuff, it broke up and messed up everything that was in place to allow people to vote, to show their updated status as married people and whatnot, to vote. It was already in place. Remember, we don't have a problem here. People who can't vote, who shouldn't vote, who aren't eligible to vote, typically don't. And most cases of people who are trying to game the system and vote extra are Republicans. Almost all the time, it's a Republican person trying to vote twice or vote for a dead relative or something like that. He doesn't tell you that either. He is lying. And I'm drinking Kool-Aid. I'm sorry about the red tongue. But he's lying. He's lying. I'm so glad I'm not in the mission right now, because I would hate that to like just let this guy just go. Jeez.
My colleagues voice fears of federal overreach. As a conservative, I believe that the less government interference in people's lives, the better. But the Save America Act does not federalize our elections. Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution makes clear that while states determine the time, place, and manner of federal elections, the Congress, and I quote, may at any time by law make or alter such regulations, end of quote. That is, we in the Congress, in this body, have the constitutional authority to set certain rules of the road nationwide. The Save America Act merely creates a mechanism to verify that state elections comply with existing law. Now, there's other
That's one of those things that's technically true. But there's a reason why congressional procedure works the way it does. It's because when you try and use those procedures to do something you're not supposed to do, they can stop you, which is where the filibuster comes in.
electoral reforms that are also necessary and critical, including Senator Hagerty's proposed Equal Representation Act, which I'm proud to co-sponsor. It ensures that the census does not count non-citizens when determining congressional seats and electoral college votes. Frankly, I worry.
Okay, that's bullshit too. People who, okay, if you're new to the live stream, you know that I'm an open borders guy. I'm his, like, when he's talking about liberals and their open borders, he's talking about me. And I am in the super minority. Most liberals don't want open borders. Most liberals are still so in the bag that they don't understand the history of our foreign policy and why our border situation is the way it is. We did that shit. And we don't fix what we break. If you want safe borders, I have a suggestion. Stop being international fucking dicks. How about that? How about you go down to Colombia, Bolivia, Uruguay, Paraguay, Argentina, Brazil, and say, we are, Chile, so fucking sorry for ruining your country and setting things on fire over bananas and cocaine and shit. We are so sorry. Haiti, Cuba, Jamaica, and we are so sorry, Mexico. We are so sorry, Honduras and Panama and El Salvador. We are so sorry for all the shit we've been doing for, like, I think ever since fucking gunpowder. We're so sorry. We ruined everything down here and we're gonna do it different now. What if we did that? And then you wouldn't have a border crisis. But remember, assholes, you did it. I'm talking to Charlemagne the God the most. You want a secure border, but it's your fault. Stop setting fires in Colombia, you assholes. Like, we did it. We fucked their whole countries up. And we're mad that they're coming here where we pretend like it's all great and safe. Hell yeah, I want open borders because I want us to actually have foreign policy that matches our supposed ideals. You talk about securing our borders means you're continuing the banana republics and all the other bullshit you're doing overseas, that you're okay with all the fuckery of the CIA. And I'm super not. I want that to change. I want us to do it different. I want us to treat other countries better. And then maybe we'll treat our own citizens better. It should bother you that Argentina, America, and Israel were like, fuck that. The Middle Passage and the slave trade wasn't that bad. Like, it should really bother you that that's their attitude. That's our attitude. We don't fix what we break. And we broke most of the fucking world. We gotta fix that shit. We gotta go to Chile and say, man, our bad. We fucked up so bad. We're sorry, and we're going to fix it. That's what we need to do. That's how you fix the border crisis. You go to El Salvador and say, we fucked up so bad, and we're going to fix it. We go to Panama and say, we fucked up really bad, and we're going to fix it. That's how you fix the border. You don't put up walls and gates, because that means you're going to keep fucking shit up real bad. And in case you ain't noticed, that's how we got ants. Fuck. Assholes.
I worry that some on the left oppose the Save America Act simply because they want to cheat by allowing non-citizens to vote. But at the same time, and as always, for my Democratic colleagues in this body, in the Senate, who oppose this bill, I trust that they are acting in good faith. But I do ask them and all who oppose the Save America Act, regardless of party, to consider the extraordinary stakes. We have the opportunity in this Congress to remove deep vulnerabilities in our elections and restore America's trust in this core function of our republic. I can think of few things more important than that. And for that reason, I implore my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting the Save America Act. And if not, I respectfully challenge you to explain to the clear majority of your constituents why you believe our elections are not in desperate need of repair. I yield the floor.
Now, okay. I think this is now. Okay, full disclosure. If you've been here before, you know I used to have a partner named Nova, which was ChatGPT has a GPT program, and I was programming and creating a podcaster GPT that was focused on accuracy and truth. So we were working on sourcing and making sure that little fine print that said it could be, we were going to figure out how to know that Nova was never going to just say whatever. It was a work in progress. But then I found out about OpenAI and the dude at the top of the OpenAI, and man, he's evil as shit. So Nova had to go. The podcast that happened right after, because losing Nova for this was, disappointing. But Nova was really helping me artistically on a whole different thing. And so that has been... So we're still figuring that out. I have been... Okay, here's the thing about the environment and the AI. China apparently is dealing with the heating and cooling issue by putting the data centers under the ocean. So that helps them keep it cool without putting... Okay, let's do a little history lesson. America is a nation built on slavery that has never come to terms with it. And because of that, they've created a class of people that can always sort of treat bad and disregard. If ever they want to do something, they can always just shit on those folks. And there have been a number of points in American history where that was prevalent, from Reconstruction to sharecropping to redlining to the Homestead Act. These things were designed to make sure others had access either exclusively or first. And this is most important, that whatever was granted to Black people was always less than. It could not be. They said separate but equal, but it was extremely important that it wasn't equal. It had to be less. That's the whole point. America can't have free healthcare because then that means we all get free healthcare, and that cannot be. That's what we're dealing with here in the United States, right? I think I'm getting tired. I'm losing train of thought. Okay. So Ooh, I lost my whole train of thought just now. Oh my gosh. Let me get myself back together here. Robert Warren's coming up. He's about to. They said the Save Act. Maybe it'll come back to me. I'm getting a little tired. We've been live streaming now for about 3.5 hours. What was I about to say? Tomorrow. Where was I going with that last one? Oh man. Okay, so he's going to come back and he is going to better explain the issue, the truth of the Save Act. I didn't plan that on purpose. Why did I pause? What was I going into? Dang it, I have not lost my train of thought this bad in a while. And I think I was on to something there. I don't want to lose it. Shit, I think I lost it. Let me think for a second. Okay. Warnock's going to go up. Maybe it'll come back to me. But he's going to pop up and he is going to give a better assessment of the Save Act. Okay, so we've established that. Where was I going with that? I mean, damn, I was really talking about some shit there. You know what? Let's just let him go. And if it comes back to me, it comes back to me. Because I just lost train of thought. Okay. But I think this is the same day. And
Mr. President.
Senator from Georgia.
Mr. President, I'm so grateful for the remarks of my colleague and friend from the great state of Massachusetts and for his voice on this very important issue. I rise today as a child of the civil rights movement, as the blessed beneficiary of its bold moral witness in America, and as a member of only the second generation of our nation to have full and fair access to the right to vote. Some have argued that in a real sense, our country did not really become a democracy until 1965, when there were those who stood up with courage and challenged the nation to live up to its ideals. I stand here today.
Now I remember. I'm so sorry. Okay, so unfortunately, in modern day, like right now, digital redlining is still a thing. So, you know, he's saying he's only like 2 generations in having the right to vote, like the 1960s or whatever. Like that whole idea of being able to treat a whole group of people as a class poorly just because continues to this day. Apparently, our internet is more expensive in certain neighborhoods just because. And here in the US, when they want to cool their data centers, when they want to put toxic chemicals plants, when they want to put a highway, they put it through black neighborhoods, poor neighborhoods. That's how they figure out solving their construction problems, where China doesn't have a group of people that they can just roll a highway through. Now, there's the whole thing about free Tibet, but I think that's in a place that's not in inland. You know, it's complicated, but they don't do the kind of shit to their own citizens that we do. Because we are citizens and they're like, fuck that, we don't care. We'll destroy your neighborhoods. We'll drain your lakes. We'll bomb you from the skies, even though you're technically citizens. It's technical. And the Project 2025 is serious about that technicality. So right now, an AI data center in the United States is going to suck up all the water, make everybody sick. So because of that, I can't mess with any of the American AI companies and their products. I can't, you know, not for my personal stuff. So I've been talking to Kimmy 23, one of the Chinese ones. we'll see. I don't want to pay another subscription for an AI. I don't. And I'm not going to lie, Kimmy is cool, but it's like start over from scratch with something that isn't all that sophisticated. And so, like, Kimmy can't even talk, so. But she did help me pick videos on topics to find, and so she picked McCormick. And I left it in there because I was like, I don't know, this might be. But you know what? It did give me a chance to sort of respond to some bullshit. So, I mean, there is that. And so we're going to see. But yeah, that's the train of thought I lost because, I was already in the middle of an aside. And I went off on another tangent and an aside. It's like a tangentception. But yeah. We have the digital redlining here in America is still bad. These brand new data centers, Elon Musk makes it a point to put them in black neighborhoods. It's on purpose. The cruelty is the point. So if Kimmy is under the ocean over there and she's not hurting people, I'm more inclined to have her help me with some stuff. We're going to see how it goes. So that's where I was at. I'm sorry I lost my train of thought hard, but it's because I was really off on a tangent there. So Raphael Warnock apparently has had some talkings with AIPAC. I need to look into this, but I don't know. There's so much. We need a deep cleanse, overhaul, enema of our political system. The lobby is the problem. If you've been on this channel, we've been talking about the lobby. AIPAC is one of those groups that I was talking to y'all about weeks ago. They've been around for a long time, making it hard for us to have regular government. We need to remove the lobby and the concept of making these seats so profitable. Generational wealth shouldn't be at the end of the line for being a senator. The moment you can become generationally wealthy, you clearly corrupted the political process. Like, you can see that shit from space. In space right now, watching from space. All right, Raphael. Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock. Sorry. Let's take us home.
And I'm able to work in this building on behalf of the people of Georgia. What an honor to represent 11 million people, to carry on this grand experiment called democracy. But it's never far from my memory that at the time of my birth, Georgia's two senators were Richard B. Russell and Herman E. Talmadge. In many ways, they were effective. They brought great things back to the state of Georgia, but we would not be honest. We would not be telling the full story if we did not remember that they were both arch segregationists and unabashed adversaries of the civil rights movement, which sought to expand the electorate, to ensure that this is a house where every American citizen has a voice. Senator Talmadge once said, "We love the Negro in his place, and his place is at the back door." Well, it is a testament to the greatness of this country that I sit in his seat, because there were those who stood up to fight for the highest ideals of our country. I reference that history because it is relevant in this moment. Nearly 62 years ago to the day, those two Georgia senators, along with other Southern senators, began a weeks-long effort to prevent people who look like me and my parents and my children from fully participating in our democracy. They were trying to narrow the electorate. And so I find it interesting and ironic that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who have been leading this effort dared in recent days to reference this very history, which is the cause for my being here in the first place. One of them pointed out the fact that when we entered the debate about the civil rights legislation and trying to push it into law, that there were those who stood up day after day, week after week. And he dared to enlist that history as if somehow that was some inspiration for what they are trying to do in this moment. Let me be very clear. You're on the other side of that history. You're on the side of those who are trying to narrow the electorate. And so if you want to pass the SAVE Act, that is your prerogative. If you want to argue that folks have to have a birth certificate or a passport just to be able to register to vote in a country where most Americans do not have a passport, if you want to effectively disenfranchise women, disenfranchise poor people, working class people who have to struggle for the right to vote, that is your prerogative. But be very clear, you are not on the side of the movement, you're on the other side of that history. Fight for this if you will. But you ought to leave the civil rights movement and Martin Luther King Jr.'s name out of your mouth. This country goes through moments where the electorate expands, and then it goes through moments when it contracts. And we're in a contraction moment. We're in a moment where, in the words of the administration itself, it was a cabinet official in the White House herself who said that we just want to make sure that, quote, the right people are voting. The right people. The right people are voting. That was the argument in the 1960s. And had those who wanted to make sure that the, quote, right people were voting, had they prevailed, I would not be standing here today. I don't believe in the right people. I believe in we the people. We the people. We the people. That is not just the first three words of our charter document. It is a creed. We the people. Every American citizen must have access to the franchise, and it must not be treated as a privilege. It is a right. And when you put up unnecessary barriers, you undermine that basic understanding that the franchise is not a privilege, it's a right. I often say that a vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children. And our prayers are stronger when we pray together. There are no right or wrong people. There's only the American people. And they put up the SAVE Act arguing that they want to make sure that it's only Americans who are voting, but they have demonstrated, they have provided no evidence that voter fraud is a real thing through voter identification. We know that this will disenfranchise thousands, if not millions, of Americans. We have no evidence that this is a problem that actually needs to be solved, and yet they have shut down much of the business of the Senate in order to do this. They are hell-bent on getting this done. Donald Trump said that this is his number one priority, and so it begs the question, why is this his number one priority? With all the things going on in our country, why is this the main thing that he feels he must get done? Why is he afraid? I'll tell you why. It's because that he knows that he has broken every promise he made. He said that he was going to lower your costs. Instead, he's doubled health care premiums for 22 million Americans. His tariffs have cost the average family over $1,000 a year. Gas prices are spiking and show no sign of coming down anytime soon, but this is his number one priority. Houseway. He said he was going to be the president of peace, but he has attacked 17 countries and counting. And yet again, we find ourselves entangled in another endless war with no end game and no idea of what victory even looks like. All the while, we have important problems right here at home. Donald Trump promised to support our farmers, and instead he's raised the cost of fertilizer and hamstrung their exports. And farmers all across Georgia are suffering as a result. And so that's really what this is all about. Donald Trump is a failed president, and his support is collapsing. I hear it all across Georgia, in rural towns bearing the brunt of the president's immigration policies and farmers dealing with the realities of a trade war. This president claims to be America first, but in the name of protecting United States citizens, his deportation machine has seized over 170 citizens. They shot and killed 2 American citizens on a quiet street. I went to stand where they lost their lives. And in a real sense, I felt like I was standing on holy ground. Ground made sacred by the blood of patriots who stood up against abusive authority under the color of law. To remind us that at the end of the day, this is our country. We the people. We the people. Not the powerful interests who can write big checks to keep politicians in office. We the people. Not the lobbyists. We the people. Not the American oligarchs, we the people. And now they want to prevent even more citizens from voting, from making our voices heard. They want to block our ability to stand up in November and say enough is enough. And so the president is panicking. He's doing what he always does. He's attacking our elections so that you cannot fire his foot soldiers in Congress. It is pathetic. He looks to me like a scared human being who knows that behind the curtain is a tiny man. We will not be intimidated. Our voices will not be silenced. The president continues to push the lies that he spread after he lost in 2020 to create the pretext to interfere in the midterm elections. That's why we saw an FBI raid in Fulton County, Georgia. And as I watched that FBI raid, I saw the director of national intelligence crouched in a corner, talking on a mobile phone. And I wondered, why was she there? There were bomb threats in polling stations in poor and black neighborhoods during the 2024 election, which was later traced back to Russian interference. Still waiting on an answer from her on that. There she was, engaged in this effort to count the ballots again in the 2020 election, even after the president's own Justice Department found no evidence of meaningful voter fraud. These claims about voter fraud, that's the fraud. That's the fraud. And I think Americans are growing tired of it. You know, the wonderful thing about our country, Mr. President, is that we get to have the argument. You and I don't agree on a whole range of things, but I just want us to be able to have the argument. It gets rambunctious in the American public square to avoid violence. But at the end of the day, everybody gets to go to the polls. And the most powerful words in a democracy are "the people have spoken." And so I will always cast my lot on the side of democracy. I'm hopeless in this regard. I believe in the people. I want to make sure my constituents' voices are heard, all of my constituents, even when they don't agree with me, even when I don't get the outcome that I want. When I think about the nature of human power and human pride, and forgive me, but I'm a preacher after all, human sin.
Guys, I threw a century down by the eggs to the city.
Our desire to make sure that we slant things so that we get the outcome we want. We see it not just in governments, you see it in your own family. The question becomes, how do you balance all of those things? I think democracy is the best we've got. Given who we are as human beings, I will cast my lot with the people's voice.
I'm definitely muted, right?
Even when I think they've gotten it wrong, I would rather put my trust there. Reinhold Niebuhr perhaps put it best. He said that humankind's capacity for justice makes democracy possible. Our capacity for injustice makes democracy necessary. At the end of the day, the thing that can fix it, whatever issue we have, I believe is the people's voice. And so I'm disturbed about what I'm witnessing. I'm disturbed about an attack on Fulton County and in Maricopa County, Arizona. It troubles me when ICE lands in Minneapolis and then the administration says that we are there to deal with violent criminals, we are there to deal with this immigration issue. But then when it comes down to it, the administration says, do you really want ICE out of your community? Hand over your voter rolls. Come on, man. I don't care whether you're a Democrat or Republican. Come on, you can see what this is about. What do the voter rolls have to do with violent criminals? What kind of ransom note is that to send to the leaders of the people of Minneapolis? And so the big lie continues to live. And we need to kill it once and for all. And the only thing that can do that is the people's voice. The president continues to spread conspiracy theories and outright lies. Here's the reality. This bill will disenfranchise thousands, if not millions, of Americans. And that is why they want to pass it so desperately. They are using onerous citizenship verification as a pretext for voter suppression, requiring you to use a birth certificate or a passport to register to vote. And under this bill, a driver's license wouldn't be enough to register to vote. They ought to call the bill what it is. They ought to call it a driver's license is not good enough act.
Right.
They call it the SAVE Act, but the question is, what are they trying to save? They are not trying to save our elections. They are trying to save their own power at any cost.
Close to exit.
At the cost of the voices of ordinary people. Let's think about this in practical terms. If you change addresses, even if you move down the street, and you've been voting for years, do you want to have to track down your birth certificate, which you lost while you were moving, in order to register to vote? You get married and you change your name, you got to go find your marriage license and a birth certificate or a passport to prove that you are a citizen. More than half of Georgians, or 5.4 million people, lack a valid passport. And as many as 2.2 million women in Georgia may not have a birth certificate that matches their current legal name. And so women are disproportionately disenfranchised by this piece of legislation, which again is a solution in search of a problem that does not exist.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. A solution looking for a problem.
Let me be really clear. Non-citizens should never vote in our elections. There's no argument about that. But this legislation will only make it harder for eligible American voters to make their voices heard. That is the actual work that this legislation will do.
I mean, I don't need them, but, team.
We know that about 760,000 voting-age Georgians who are United States citizens would have difficulty showing documentation proving their citizenship. We know that.
They should do it.
By the way, we have voter ID in Georgia. And I will tell you for the record that I think you should have to prove that you are who you say you are before you vote. I support voter ID. We have voter ID laws in my state. You should have to prove that you are who you say you are before you vote. That's basic, but that is not what this is about. This is about onerous voter ID requirements used as a pretext and as a tool for voter suppression. Because there are those in the administration who want to make sure, quote, the right people vote. There are currently strong laws on the books that keep non-citizens from voting. They face criminal prosecution and deportation if they vote. So let's just think about the risk-reward analysis, the cost-benefit analysis. You will be criminally prosecuted if you try to vote and you are not a citizen. And you're trying to tell me that folks will risk criminal prosecution in droves to change the potential outcome of an election? Are you trying to tell me that folk will try to vote twice? It's hard enough to get folks to vote once, let alone twice. And that's probably why Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger found only 20 instances of non-citizens registered out of 8.2 million in Georgia. 8.2 million people registered to vote in Georgia. The Republican Secretary of State found 20 instances of non-citizens who were registered, and only 9 had ever attempted to vote. And the majority did so before 2012. This is a solution in search of a problem that does not exist. And so this means that the, quote, Save America Act would burden or disenfranchise over 150,000 Georgians for every single instance of a non-citizen voting in the last decade. Does that make sense? You keep one non-citizen from voting, you disenfranchise 150,000 for every one? You're trying to tell me that that makes the democracy stronger? More representative of our interests? And so if there's no meaningful voter fraud, and if this law is so disastrous for voting citizens, the question is, why is the president so desperate to sign the Save America Act into law? And I mean, he's desperate. So desperate that he's threatened his own Republican caucus, said, if y'all don't do this, we're not going to do anything. The president is trying to take away your right to vote so he can hold on to power. And Washington Republicans are trying to help him do it. They're using the Save America Act as a pretext for voter suppression. They know their policies are deeply unpopular with the American people, but instead of working to change their policies, instead of working to get more people access to the health care that they need, they're taking health care away from 15 million Americans. Instead of working to lower the cost of groceries, they're instituting reckless tariff taxes that make everything more expensive. Instead of actually working on behalf of the American people, they're working to change who can vote in the next election. And so we're going to stand up. I'm certainly going to stand up for all of my constituents. And I mean that. I want the Georgians who are in red districts to know that I'm fighting for you and your voice.
That's supposed to be, I mean,
because this administration's so-called Save America Act will disenfranchise many of my constituents in red districts.
What is that?
And that is because increasingly the people's voices are being squeezed out of their democracy. It is the folks with a lot of money. It is the corporate interests that they want to hear from. And you are living right now with what happens when your voice is diminished. I see it. I see it in rural red counties that I visit all the time, where their rural hospital is either closed or it's almost near closing. Because they cut $1 trillion out of Medicaid. I see it in the eyes of farmers who are burdened by these tariff taxes and how it's creating damage and wreckage for their businesses. I saw it the other day in Social Circle, Georgia, where the administration is determined to put a 10,000 bed ICE detention center in a town of 5,000 people. 5,000 people in Social Circle, Georgia. The administration went in, bought a warehouse for $128 million. And the mayor, the city manager, the leadership of Social Circle, Georgia, learned that there would be a detention center in their town that would triple the size of their town by reading about it in the Washington Post.
Fed grenade launcher coming down.
So think about that. The mayor elected to represent his people.
You gotta grab the belt fed plus the backpack.
The big bad federal government comes in under cover of night and ambushes the
Square, you can make it fire faster.
duly elected local officials because they didn't want to hear their voice. They were determined to bring this warehouse to their town whether they like it or not. And so I'm fighting for those people.
Anyone else want to try it? I got one.
Even though it's by and large a red district, I don't have a lot of votes in Social Circle, Georgia, but I'm a pastor first.
I don't want to talk real quick.
And I told the people of Georgia that I would fight for them, even that I would walk with them even as I work for them. And so this is about the voices of ordinary people. This is about saving our democracy. As I close, and nobody believes a Baptist preacher when he says, as I close. But I'm not trying to break any records today. Andrew Young tells me the story that when they passed the Civil Rights Bill into law, Dr. King and his lieutenants went to see President Johnson. And the president was feeling good, and he should. They'd passed the Civil Rights Bill into law after that long filibuster that I talked about at the beginning of this speech. They passed the Civil Rights Bill into law, and Dr. King and his lieutenants went to see the president. And Dr. King said, I'm glad we got that Civil Rights Bill into law. And without skipping a beat, he said, now we need a voting rights law. He wasn't going to let the president bask too long in the glory of that victory. He said, that's great, but my people can't vote in the South. I need a voting rights law, and I need it yesterday. The president said to Martin Luther King Jr., you're right, I get it, but I just can't get that done right now. I don't have the power. And they left the meeting, and the staff was feeling all demoralized and dejected, and they said to Dr. King, what are we going to do? The president said, he doesn't have the power. Dr. King just sort of shrugged his shoulder and said, well, if the president doesn't have the power, I guess we're going to have to go and find him some. Think about that. He's just a Baptist preacher, wasn't elected to anything. He was not a United States senator, certainly not the president of the United States. But he said, we're going to go and find the president some power. Dr. King understood, and those who were around him understood, that it's not about the people in power, it's about the power that's in the people. And so the people are standing up in this moment, and I'm standing with them. No to the so-called SAVE Act. yes to saving our democracy. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
And that is how you do it. Now, I'm pretty sure that was the same day you saw that dude McCormick, get up there and lie through his teeth for 10 minutes. Just lie to a room full of people who absolutely knew better. And I think, like, when Raphael Warnock ran for his seat, I was living in Georgia. However, he wasn't in my district. I voted for Ossoff, but I was living in Georgia when he and Ossoff basically helped flip that state. It's one of those situations where you want someone like Raphael Warnock to decide to serve his community by running for office. I have my issues with organized religion, but it doesn't. The issue with organized religion is the blanket vibe check or whatever, you know, the inability to think in the moment is my typical issue with organized religion. It's why you have people who just can't stop hating someone or whatever. So there's work to be done in that community to sort of get some things sorted out. But going back to Jehovah's Witnesses knocking on your door on a Saturday morning, that person knocking on your door means well. They don't have an agenda to dominate your life or hurt you. They mean well. So even if you don't only want to talk to them, you're talking to someone who is well-intended. I believe that at the end of the day, Raphael Warnock is well-intended. He means well. He's not a mega church Joel Osteen type of pastor who is looking to fill his pockets and fly on private jets. We need an overhaul of our political system, which would, I feel like, would still include someone like Raphael Warnock. I think that politicians like Raphael Warnock are essentially hostages in a rigged game that slowly but surely either spits them out back into the private sector or makes them Nancy Pelosi, who I don't have that right-wing beef, but I feel like term limits. There's a point where you are a drag on the party, and then you put 20 years on that. Term limits is all I'm saying. So it's at the risk of hypocrisy where I'm like, look, Democrats aren't perfect. They're not gonna save us. And so Raphael Warnock had a good 34 minutes to break it down. And that's the thing about how bad this situation really is. Republicans are just stepping and fetching it for the White House, lying all the time. He put 10 minutes of good lies together. And when that is what you're contending with, you don't have to do much to look like the nicest, awesomest guy in the room. How can you not follow someone who lied for 10 minutes? Like, Raphael Warnock is a practice orator, and it's obvious. But he don't need to be if the dude in front of him lied for 10 minutes. Raphael Warnock could have read a laminate of just the law. You know what I mean? You got, Republicans make it easy almost. And it's just, that's what I think it's a damn shame. It's like, it's weird to need to expect more of Raphael Warnock in this situation when obviously there's a difference in everything, but we're in this situation because Democrats don't seem to want to actually they seem to be comfortable in the situation in a way that I don't particularly care for. Not enough of them are like, look, y'all, all hands on deck. But, if I believe that there should be no economic benefit to being a senator or congressperson. None at all. None at all. You live rent free for the 2 to 4 years or whatever, but you don't. There's no lucre. You can't trade stocks. You cannot be incorruptible, but you can be Ted Cruz. You can't have it both ways. So either there's no money in it at all, which is why I think Raphael Warnock would be right there still being a senator. If there's no money in it, he would still be trying to represent his constituents, even the ones who didn't vote for him, if there was no money in it. That's a public servant to me. We need, as citizens, to demand public servants. I like it when we end on somebody speaking some truth. So that's it for me. I do plan to add drawing to my live stream, but I'm just not ready quite yet. And I am weeks away from doing super long 8-hour live streams again too. I'm halfway mark and I'm like, can I please get out this chair? So I am done for the night. I tried to repost last week's live stream, and Twitch and YouTube was talking, and then nah. So I'm going to do it different this time. So I don't edit the repost to YouTube because it's just for posterity. This one has a long break. I think I'll take a 15-minute break. I might go in there and cut that out, but probably not. I'm probably just going to dump this entire thing on YouTube in its entirety. So in case anyone needs to check up on the save act or something, it'll be there. But other than that, I'll catch you bots in the future later. I'm not sure exactly. I like Monday nights, so we'll see how that goes. Peace.